Hi, Black Caesar. Okay, let me mute this. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm not gonna be here long because I am getting dressed in order to go out to prepare for um, this coronavirus epidemic or whatever we want to call it. Irregardless of whether you have coronavirus, you're afraid of getting it, whether you may or may not end up with it, we are far past that. Okay. I'm not sure about what's going on in everybody's area, but I could tell you what's going on in my area now. Okay. So on Friday, the state of Delaware was under a state of emergency. Okay. State of emergency pretty much means that only a certain type of people were even allowed to be out and about, right? That would be the medical personnel, fire, policemen, um, things like that, right? You was only allowed to be out. I think they ended up suspending that as the day went along. But when they notify you of these things ahead of time, it absolutely throws people in this panic mode. You know, we start thinking, well, what do we have? What do we need? What do we need to go out and get? Um, and how are we going to get these things, right? For a lot of families, there's a lot of families in the US who are trying to figure out how they're going to even purchase the items that are needed. Um, so while I get dressed, I'm going to talk to you all. What's going on, S? So here, so I am in, if I consider the tri-state area, a market that I'm in, that would include Philadelphia, Southern Jersey, and Delaware. But where I am also, depending on how much farther up north I go in Delaware, which is only maybe a mile north of me, I will be in another tri-state market area, and that would be Delaware and Baltimore, which I guess is, uh, Baltimore is in Maryland. So it would be Delaware, New Jersey, Southern Jersey, uh, and Maryland. So for me, I consider Maryland, New Jersey, PA, which will be Philadelphia area, because Pennsylvania is huge. Pennsylvania is a large ass state, so it'll be more the Philadelphia area and Delaware. Okay, so what's going on around me with Philadelphia? They have closed that damn state down pretty much. So what have they done in PA? Schools, no schools for at minimum 2 weeks, but I think they're talking about 30 days. Okay, no school. Um, in certain counties within PA, they are closing down restaurants, the eat-in portion of the restaurants. In other words, if they got a drive-through, you can still buy things there, but you cannot do a dine-in. You can't walk into McDonald's and decide you're gonna go in, order your food, and sit there and eat it, or any other restaurant like that. They shut that shit down. That shit shut down for a minimum 2 weeks. Okay, they're talking about 30 days, but right now we know definitely for 2 weeks. Um, they don't want anybody congregating in areas, of 50 people or more. So if you into Starbucks and Starbucks don't have a drive-through, baby, you might be fucked. Okay. Now it's a little up in the air of the understanding, because I'm thinking maybe you might be able to go in to get your coffee and walk out, but they kind of left that up in the air. We're not sure, and they may have changed it by now, because I'm just waking up and realizing I got to get the hell out of this house. So I do have some things going on in my family also. As of last Thursday night, my grandson, right? My grandson started being ill. Okay, so we're still praying that it's just a cold, right? But because he's so young, we don't even know all his symptoms. I don't know if he has a sore throat. You know what I'm saying? But I do know he has a runny nose. He's having difficulty breathing. And so we're praying that it's a cold. And we tried to get him. I talked to his mother today because he lives with me, but his mother came and picked him up earlier today. Um, and I'm not sure if she took him to the doctor or not. She was going to decide how bad it is. She was going to monitor him and see if she needs to take him to the hospital or not to see. But the dangers in my family, let me tell you what the dangers in my family is. My husband is in the medical field. What does that mean? That means he has a high probability of coming across sick people. That's all he come across on a daily basis is sick people. That is dangerous. We start realizing how dangerous it is for our family, especially since we have a newborn or I guess an infant. He's still considered a newborn. You know what I mean? He just at that 6 mark line. But yes, we have a newborn or infant in our household. So the dangers of him in his job capacity is dangerous for us. My husband could most definitely come across someone with the coronavirus. Okay. And which brings us to the fears of, whoa, we got this baby here. Like if I end up with a cold, sore throat, you know what I mean? I'm having difficulty breathing. I can express that. I can say, hey, y'all, I feel like I'm sick. Let me go to this doctor. My grandson, on the other hand, he don't talk. Okay. So we're paying very close attention to him right now. Last night I freaked out. And only a few people, if you was in certain back chats, then you may have gotten my message saying, hey, y'all, just share some prayers. Like I freaked out yesterday. My mind started racing all over the place. I'm thinking, oh my God. You know what I mean? I don't think I'll be able to survive another death in the family, especially my grandchild. As young as he is, I'm not going to be able to, I'm just not going to be able to survive through that shit right there. Okay. Anyway, but I had some people prepping me up saying, hey, Bob, they don't know what's going on with the children, but as far as we know, none of the children have passed away. It's normally, they said the elderly, right? The elderly folks who have issues, underlying issues. And mind you, they haven't explained what those are. Hey, Warren, I'm going to go down the list in a little bit. DOD, Kinks and Curls, Southern Bone, Super Bone, what's going on, baby? Red Wings, how you been? Junk Power Video, not much has closed here in Oregon, just many schools. Well, here in the Delaware Valley, I guess they call it, right? Which would be mostly PA and Pennsylvania. Man, if for a smart thinking person, you'll be freaking out right now behind the actions that they're taking, because they do things like they warn you what they're going to do ahead of time. Like as of tomorrow, nobody will be able to go and buy alcohol from what is it called? Something alcohol, spirits and something and da. It's an actual where you go and buy your liquor. Here, for those who down south, you may not know this because I did not know this until I moved up north, but there are such things as liquor stores. See, where we from down south, you could buy your alcohol from the goddamn Walmart. You could get your alcohol from the gas station. You could get your alcohol from anywhere, like anywhere. A Time Savers, a 7-Eleven, or whatever sells alcohol. But up north, though, there are actual stores where you buy your alcohol from, right? They're called liquor stores. I had never heard of a liquor store until I moved. But they are closing that shit down. Now think about that for a moment, though. This is, what I mean? This is how these people play games. They play games. It's almost like, okay, they know they can't take away our food. They know they can't threaten to take away our food from us because that would have been absolute panic. I think people would start really going crazy, and a lot of crimes and shit will, you know, a lot of things will be going down. But they decided to target this certain group of people, you know what I mean? Like for them to tell you ahead of time, hey, we gonna be closing down them alcohol them alcohol, you know, the liquor stores, and you ain't gonna be able to get no more liquor. Motherfuckers been lined up at the liquor stores since this morning, baby. Before the liquor stores open, that long lines. That is an indication to someone like myself that this shit is about to get crazy. Okay? It's about to get crazy. Because we got people who they survive on their alcohol. You know, we got the women and the men who just drink occasionally. But even if you drink occasionally, you still want to make sure that when you want something to drink, that you have it. So your ass going to say, "Hugh, when I get off work, I'm going to stand in that line." Especially if you know you might be out of work for a while. Suppose they shut down the United States where we can't go nowhere for 30 days. For just 30 days. And you're not able to go get some of the things that you may need, especially the things that you want, right? You may feel like you need to be able to get a drink when you're stressed out and you not be able to go out and get that shit. That brings a lot of panic through your mind. And so you start planning ahead. You say, well, okay, they told me that as of tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to go get it. So let me go get that shit now. I'm going to go get it today. Like I'm doing, right? I'm getting dressed so I can go and get some things. Now I'm going to tell you all what y'all need to have in your household to get through this shit. Even the things that you might not need but want. I'm going to show you how you're going to be able to get, or at least be able to create those things yourself. Okay? This is not as bad as it seems for those who, you know what I'm saying, who willing to not just have to go in the store and buy it. If you're the type of person who only eats because you have to go and buy it when somebody else make it for you, you in fucking trouble. I'm just gonna have to tell you, you in fucking trouble. Okay, because right now they're shutting down their dining portions, and soon enough not gonna have enough employees. The reason they shut down the schools in PA was because there were so many people, teachers and personnel, who wasn't showing up, who was putting themselves in quarantine, or maybe their area in which they live in has been placed on, you know, some type of quarantine, and therefore they're saying, hey, it's best that we just, you know, it's not because the virus is so bad running rapid, it's because of personnel. So before you know it, the people at your McDonald's and your pizza places and shit like that, they're going to want to sit their ass at home because they don't want to catch this shit. And then you're going to be shit out of luck. So with this video, it's not going to be that long, like I said, but I'm going to tell y'all some of the things that you need. Stop believing that bullshit from back in the day in which where you went and got you some bread and milk. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do with some bread and some motherfucking milk, but I'm gonna show you what you do need. I'm gonna tell you what you do need to worry about, and you might be able to still get for those of us who, like in this area, in areas like this where they're shutting shit down. And let me tell you, the U.S. is testing this out. You notice, like some of you are in areas where you could go outside and do what you want. You probably don't have no shutdown of schools and things like that, right? They're only doing this in certain areas. And I think it's a test. I think we're being tested on how this, because just imagine if they did a shutdown all at once, all over the place. It would be mass confusion. And I think it's going to be, y'all, a lot of people buying guns. You know what I heard? That more people buying guns and shit than worrying about going to get canned goods. Like, what the fuck is going on? Because why are you buying a gun if you ain't got shit in your house for somebody to come to steal? You mean tell me you ain't got no canned goods? I need canned goods so I can feed my family. I'm coming to your house to get what the fuck I think you got. I get to your goddamn house and all you got is a loaf of bread and some motherfucking milk. No, baby, what you gonna do with that? Ain't nothing I can do with it neither. You know, I'll add it to the stash, but what about them canned goods? You know what I'm saying? How you gonna feed your family? You just gonna give them bread and milk? You know, goddamn well y'all ain't giving nobody no bread and milk. Most of y'all don't even eat bread. Let me see what you, Angel, how you doing? Let me see. How you doing, Mimi D? How you doing? We got Kinks and Curls in the house. Report from Oregon government. Kate Brown holds off on shutting down bars and restaurants during Oregon's outbreak. I hope restaurants, bars, theaters is closed. Yes, here in this area, restaurants, the drive-in portion is closed. Theaters are closed. Anything where there's a gathering of more than 50 people, they're already talking about putting a curfew down, but they haven't done that yet, where between the hours of, I think, 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. or some shit like that, they shutting shit down where nobody could be out and about. You know what I mean? This shit is about to be crazy, yo. And let me tell you, they've had other diseases, I guess, or viruses around this universe or this country, right? Not just this country, other countries that was far worse than this shit. And them people didn't do nothing like this. We need to start paying attention. This thing, if they saying that it's not killing as many people, they got a lot of people getting it, but they're not dying, then what the fuck is going on right now? And then we need to start paying attention to who is in office. You know what I'm saying? Who's in office? What is the agenda? Because from my understanding, this virus has been around for a while. Not this strand, this is a different strand, but this coronavirus has been there for a while, and this is a different strand. We don't know much about it, but these motherfuckers are shutting down the things that make people, that brings in money. If you don't work, you don't bring in no money. They know that majority of the United States workers are people who work paycheck to paycheck. If you don't work, you don't make money. If you don't make money, how in the hell are you going to feed yourself? How are you going to take care of your kids? So right now, I don't even know. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to go out here and shop, and I hope the things that I want to get and need to get are there. And if they're not, then I'm willing to drive to a whole motherfucking another state. Bitch, you know what I mean? I will drive 100 miles to go shopping for my family. If I need to go all the way to Virginia tonight, I'm going to Virginia to go to a super Walmart where they're going to have some things that I need. So that's why I don't have the baby. So my baby is with his mother, because Bomb Cherry is going to make sure her family is straight away. Because we're looking at a minimum. They keep saying 30 days, a month, 30 days. I'm like, 30 days? I can survive in 30 days. Let me go out, do my shopping, which I haven't done in a minute. I usually go to Super Walmart. I buy enough everything for 30 days. You know what I'm saying? But I haven't done that in a while. I don't have any canned goods. I used the last of my canned goods last night. So I got to go get some canned goods. I'm going to tell you, you young people, it's unfortunate for me to say this, but it's true. Y'all motherfuckers don't really cook. And because y'all don't cook, I feel confident that I'm be able to go get some canned goods. I ain't gonna have to go too far. Because y'all more concerned with what's the name of this place? Like my sons, it's the same, right? My sons, y'all worried about what Chick-fil-A got, McDonald's have, Domino's, Pizza Hut. You know what I'm saying? Y'all worried about that kind of shit like that. Y'all, is these places gonna be open so you can eat? See, I don't give a shit like that. I just need to go and get some canned goods. We're going to get some flour. Instead of worrying about bread, y'all get flour. Instead of buying milk, you buy cream. You're going to have to go basics back to the grandmother ways, your grandfather ways, back in the old days, and stop letting these people fool you into believing that you need milk. Because back in the day, people didn't buy fucking milk, yo. They didn't buy milk. They bought cream. When the milkman would come and put those bottles at your door, that was not milk. It was cream. What is the difference between cream and milk? Well, milk is derived from cream, right? You take the cream, you add additive to it like water, maybe some flavoring, I don't know, right? Depending on what kind of, and you make your milk from your cream. What else do you make from cream? Butter. People didn't buy butter, you bought cream. With your cream, you churned your butter. Why in the fuck is, what? Why did people buy bread back in the day? No, they bought flour. You bought a big satchel of flour, and from flour, baby, you can make a whole lot of shit, right? You can make bread, all types of breads. Even that includes your rolls, your hot dog buns, your hamburger buns. That includes your pancakes and your waffles. That include, like, I put this shit on the channel, and people don't watch that. Y'all watch me cuss and crack jokes and shit like that. But the things that are needed now, you might want to go and look at this channel and see what you could do with some flour. Because for the next 30 days in certain areas, you might not be able to find no bread nowhere. But I bet you're going to find some flour, baby. You know why? Because a lot of people don't know what to do with flour. You know what I'm saying? You go get you a big thing of flour, you'll be able to feed your family for a very long time just off of flour. That's why they come with this bread and milk. Or it used to be bread and milk. Now it's reduced down to bread and water. You know what I'm saying? Bread and water, bread and water. Well, bread and water, really what they was talking about was flour. You know what I'm saying? They was talking about flour. And when they was talking about milk, they wasn't really meaning milk. They meant cream. So for those who might be afraid and in your area, and you thinking, well, damn, like they ran out of milk. Well, buy that cream, because see, that cream is expensive. You want to know why the heavy cream is expensive? Because that's where all those things are made out of. Everything in that area comes from that cream. They make the milk from the cream. They make the butter from the cream. They make the whipped cream. You notice the whipped cream is in the same area with the milk. That comes from cream. Okay, let me see what y'all talking about. Oatmeal, last two. That's right, oatmeal grits. Those are things from wheat, right? What's going on, Curlin? Let me see. Big Lots, guaranteed they will have supplies in their stores. Big Lots, wow. And you know, I shop at Big Lots. Y'all get your, look, they said the top ramen sold out. Yeah, because that's that simple shit people thinking about. Wait, let me see, somebody. Hold on, don't say nothing, wait a minute. Let me mute this for a second. Y'all, I'll be right back. I got a call in from somebody I got to talk to real quick. Let me see, mute. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Anyway, I'm gonna read through the comments, but yes, so you need certain things, and I'm telling you this so everybody, families, you and your family could be well. Okay, it's okay if they don't have milk, but if you see that heavy cream, it's a little more expensive, but there's a reason behind it, right? From that little thing of heavy cream, you can make a few gallons of milk from that. But also you can make from that little thing of heavy cream, you can make milk and then turn around and churn some butter. So from that heavy cream, how do you make butter? You put it in a blender. That's it. Wait. No. Not, I'm gonna show you how to make it, y'all. Okay, because if you whip it too hard, it's gonna come whipped cream. You churn it. See, it's a different type of, it's not called whipping it, it's churning it. And it's simple. And I'll show you how to do that, how to make it. And I'm willing to do that shit. Some of this shit I'm gonna do tonight. I'm gonna show y'all how to make, y'all when y'all decide that you need a little sweetness, and you can't go to the store to buy no cakes, you can't go to the store to buy no donuts, but you have that sweet tooth, you and your children, mostly the children, right? You have children, you have teenagers, you may have you know what I mean? You have some kids. I'm gonna show you how to make cake from your flour. But you're gonna need certain things that you gotta go and get and need to make sure that you have. And these are things that you always should have, right? You should always have flour, whether you use it all the time or not. Have flour in your house, because flour makes a lot of things. And where you might be too busy because you're working and things like that, you don't want to take the time. Your children might like to create their own things. You know what I mean? You got a teenager, a child who's 12 and above. They may like to go in that kitchen and make them some pancakes and make you some pancakes. Be like, hey, mom, look what I did. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, when you buy that shit box, the Hungry Man pancakes, I'm going to tell you what you done bought. You done bought a whole big box of flour with some baking powder in it, just a little bit of baking powder in it, a little bit of salt. That's all. Everything else you got to add yourself. One, you could have bought a whole bag of fucking flour. You could have, in fact, you could have bought 2 bags of flour, 2 5-pound, 10-pound bags of flour for the cost of that 1 box of pancake mix. That's what you could have done. But people will rather go, they'll be like, it's easier this way. But what are you talking about? All it is a pinch of salt. They added a pinch of salt in there, and they added a pinch of baking powder. The baking powder is the ingredient that makes things rise when it's baking, right? Some things they add baking soda to. What's the difference between baking soda and baking powder? Well, baking powder helps things rise, and baking soda helps things spread out. The baking soda doesn't help it rise, but it helps it spread out. That's why with cookies, I'm wondering why, with cookies you use baking soda instead of baking powder. With cakes, you use baking powder instead of baking soda. Right? But anyway, you don't need to know this because I'm going to help you get through this. Right? If it's okay if you buy milk, you want to get some milk, go and get your milk. Go and get your milk, right? And freeze some of that milk. You need to buy some things because milk is something you could use in a lot of things with the combination of the flour. You also need some eggs. For those who don't use eggs, then you got to find an egg substitute, something that'll substitute the egg. There is a reasoning why certain things are used in recipes. It's not because of taste value. A lot of things are used because of what these things do, right? The chemical reaction of some of these things. Salt just spices up. Y'all know what salt does. Salt brings out the flavor of anything. That's it, right? Vanilla, it's almost like anybody ever know. Do y'all know what is it called? Paprika. Anybody know what paprika tastes like? But there's a whole lot of recipes out there where they tell you to add paprika. Did y'all know that paprika really don't have a flavor? You can go and get your paprika downstairs in the kitchen right now and taste it, and it tastes like nothing. But the paprika itself, when they add it, it's normally because of the vitamins and people putting it in there for. That's it. Paprika don't even have a goddamn flavor. So certain things are used. People put it in their recipes, and sometimes I'm one of those people who be like, well, why? I always want to know, well, why am I using certain things? What does it do? And that way you can always adjust your recipes to your liking. And also you can create things without having certain things. I know that if the recipe calls for paprika and I don't have paprika, I still can make the goddamn recipe. Because the paprika doesn't, you know what I mean? It doesn't really add a value to in what it is that I'm creating. Except somebody put that shit in their recipe and their family members carried it on as a part of their recipe. Cool. Eggs, on the other hand, certain things when they call for milk, you cannot be whipping out no goddamn milk, 3% milk to replace whole milk, people. Some of y'all be wondering, well, I'm not gonna use this whole milk, but I got this 2%. You got 2%. Well, if you tried to make ice cream with some goddamn 2% milk, baby, yeah, your shit ain't gonna cream up. You're not making no ice cream, because ice cream, it needs the fat. That's why it calls for the milk. It needs the fat content. With 2%, 1%, and all those percentage, they've taken out some of the fat content, right? They watered the shit down. And that's all they did. They watered it down. And now you're not gonna have a cake that rises to a certain level. It still rise, right? Baking powder still have your shit rising, but it won't have that moisture, that cushion, that what they call like a sponge like. So anyway, I'm not gonna go into all of that, but listen, this coronavirus thing. So I have a scare in my family right now. We just until we get tested, right? But I don't want to go out there getting tested with the masses of motherfucking people. Because suppose I'm negative and I go out there and catch the shit, right? So we just figured we're gonna just ride through this shit, but we're gonna do it with our common sense, right? The fears that I have is, yes, we have an infant in our household. And I promise you, until we find out what's going on with the infants, we are very concerned. I'm not concerned for my sons. They are very healthy, young, and based on what we're told, they have no, it's like them catching a cold or flu. They'll get over it. That's my understanding. Now, my husband and I, we're older, right? But we're not in that age category where they say that people are dying. And neither one of us have underlying, well, I don't know about the underlying health issues, because you notice they don't tell you. They don't never tell you what the underlying health issues are from these people who passed away. And I learned this a while back here in America with these medical motherfucking people. They don't be knowing what they're talking about a lot of times, especially something as new as this, right? When they tell you underlying medical issues, you need to start being curious. What do they mean by that? What does that mean? Because, they could say that the person passed away and all they had was a cold. Where they caught this and then they had a cold. Or maybe they have, I'm thinking, I'm going to be honest with you. They'll bring this shit on obesity. They'll be like, well, she was fairly healthy, but because she was obese, that's why the virus killed her. I'm like, God damn it. They blame everything on obesity, baby. And if this was true, well, why in the hell all these skinny motherfuckers dying? Okay? Don't trust these motherfuckers. I'm just saying, we're going to have to get through this shit ourselves, through the information from others, and information from those of us who are real. What's up, Jackie? What's going on? Deviled eggs and potato salad gives it a little, that's right, color, right? And you give it a little tingle flavor, because it does have like a tinge where but you understand that a lot of people use it for color. That's right. They put it on there just for the coloring. So if you want your chicken to be, like the deviled eggs go on top, so it just won't be. But even in the deviled eggs, if you don't have it, I don't taste no different. Because you could put mustard in it to give it that tangle. I think that's what give it that tangle, that flavor. You know what I'm saying? How you been doing, girlfriend? Anyway, let me see. I think paprika is what my sister puts on the deviled eggs. You can't take. I promise you, Red Wings. Paprika doesn't really have a flavor, baby. You use some vinegar or better. So now you see, vinegar adds a lot of shit. Vinegar, if you put vinegar in your milk, it turns it to buttermilk, right? See, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't know that, though. If you have whole milk, you add a little vinegar to it, and now you have what they call buttermilk, right? It's like a current. It's like it spoils the milk a little bit, but it's still good. It's not spoiled to where it's bad, but anyway, it's a lot of things. Oh my God. So listen, I came up, for those of you who are teenagers and those of you who are like a sweet tooth and things like that, this week hopefully tonight and the rest of this week, I'm going to be putting up little recipes for things that'll get you through. But there are things that you're going to need, right? Suppose you have a taste for chocolate cake. Well, I'm going to show you how to make a chocolate cake within 5 minutes with your microwave and in a mug, right? You're going to be able to go and get your mug out your kitchen. One of your kids might want cake. And instead of making a whole cake, you're going to be able to just make a mug cake just for them, just to get them through that little gist of that sweet tooth, that that sweetness that you need at the moment. I'm gonna do this because I have some friends who say, "Mom, if without the stores, I'm not gonna be able to go get the things that I need. You can't go get those chips and shit like that." I even show you how to make potato chips if that's what y'all need. That shit is simple, okay? But the rest of the food things, I've already put up recipes that are simple. Where I didn't use, I didn't go to the store and buy the shit already done and throw it in the goddamn microwave. Y'all watch me cook shit from scratch. I even went so far to start making my own noodles because people was like, well, I heard somebody complain that I didn't make it from scratch because I didn't make the noodles. I was like, but damn, I can make noodles. Noodles is simple because as long as you got some fucking flour and the eggs and the milk and the basic shit, you can make your own noodles as well. Whether it's spaghetti noodles, lasagna noodles, whatever type of noodle. You don't even need a machine for that. I used the machine because I got the machine, you know what I'm saying? And I was learning how to use the goddamn machine, but I learned from my grandmother. I promise you, back in the day, they ain't had no motherfucking machines. Okay? So I learned it, the basics. And I want to pass it on. I don't have any goddamn daughters, so I'm cool with passing it on, making a video for people. Y'all can take it for what it's worth. If it's not worth anything to you, cool. And if it is. And I just want to say this, okay? I put up a video with my granddaughter, I think last week. I actually put that video up a while back, but I didn't because of the things that was going on here on YouTube in the last 3-4 months. I didn't post it, right? I just put it up because I got to get this shit off my iPad. You're right? It takes up space when you're dealing with Apple. So I put it up. I decided, okay, things to calm down a little bit. And I made the shit visible. And I can't believe the fucking adults, how y'all take a video with a kid in it and thumb it down. When nothing is wrong with the video at all. It's just me showing her how to do things like a grandmother would do with their grandchild. With patience and love. And motherfuckers thumb that video down. Now, see, for me, I don't give a fuck. But for my granddaughter, though, did y'all know how excited she was when I put up videos of her? Right? She enjoys being in front of the camera and seeing that people are watching her. She thinks that's the coolest thing ever. She goes to look at the video and sees thumbs down and asks me what the thumbs down mean. I informed her, oh, it don't mean much or nothing. But I'm thinking to myself, what grown person could look at a video that has no issues with it and thumb it down? What? Man, I tell you, boy. I tell you. When motherfuckers jealous of you and everything you have, that even when it pertains to children, that they would attack a child. I don't even understand this shit. But it is what it is, yo. This is Black YouTube for all it is. Let me see. You said something about military. Okay, Bomb, you're a military vet, so it's a lot you can show us. I never used you never used a gun before? Oh, you never used a gun before? Hell yeah. I'll show y'all how to do anything, you know what I'm saying? I used to make the videos where I was showing people how to take the guns apart. All guns aren't meant to take apart because it's take them cheap guns apart. You might have never put them shits back together. Okay, I learned that the hard way. Years ago, I decided to take a cheap ass gun apart, baby. I could never get the piece. I'll never forget that. So I'm very careful at the ones that I take apart. Make sure that I can put them shits back together. There was this one, it was this little spring that I could never get to put back in. And that gun, that just destroyed that gun. Okay. Hell yeah, that's Jackie. If you look at the video that I put up, which I get it, I know a lot of people don't look at the cooking portion of the videos, right? Especially in Black YouTube. I know that already. But to go and see it and thumb it down, you know what I'm saying? I think that's fucked up, yo. She's excited to be, she has other grandmothers. So when I'm doing what I'm doing with her, it's not like a lot of these things she know how to do just differently. You know what I mean? Like maybe she didn't know how to use the machine before. Maybe she bakes and cooks with her other grandmothers. So it's not like I came to the rescue to be like, ta-da, now I'm a teacher. No, she has other grandmothers as well, and the more the merrier. That's what I feel like. I feel like she's learning things from my other grandmother. She's telling me, oh, my other Nana showed me this, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, that's another way of doing it. You know what I'm saying? But she really enjoys being in the kitchen. It's weird. It's not weird because I understand, but I just didn't want it to look like every time she comes over, I have her cooking or cleaning, you know what I mean? But if I go in the bathroom and I start cleaning, she wants to help. She's like the little helper. And I didn't want her ever going back to other nanas, her other grandmothers, and making it seem like, or saying, well, I help my mom Vanya clean the toilets. I didn't want people to think that I have her come over so she can help clean my toilets. But I do want to say that she's a little helper. She loves helping. And I find it really weird that adults, now I know why YouTube is taking the position that they're taking with children videos, when children are in videos. Because they got children who might be a little older. She's only 5, right? So anything I tell her, if I tell her, oh, those thumbs down don't mean nothing, I could tell her that anything. She'll believe me, right? But when you get like 9, 10 years old, 11 years old, and you decide to put up your own little videos, and you go to look at your count and you see you got thumbs downs, that could destroy a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like we and this society with these millennials, and these zennials and shit, they're very sensitive. They think thumbs down to them means failure. See, a thumb down to me means jealousy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Motherfuckers come and thumb down a video before a video is done, before they even watched it. You know that they are jealous of something. They don't like something about you. Has nothing to do with the video or anything. They just coming by to thumb it down. And I don't give a motherfucker. Okay? But you should be ashamed of yourself, and you should. I just want you to know that you should be truly fucking ashamed of yourself when you thumbing down children. And that's why some of these bitches got the type of children that they have, yo. And you reap what you sow. In other words, some of y'all already know what predicaments in. You already know you got children who don't fuck with you, who really don't love you like that. They love you out of love's sake because they think that's how it's supposed to be, right? You born me, you brought me into the world. There's this sickness in their love. See, I don't know that type of love. I know love from people who, my kids and people who know me, when they look at me and they really love me. You know what I'm saying? They really love me. It's not that, well, I love her because she's my mom, or I love her, you know what I mean, because she's my family. Fuck that. I got people who love me who not even in my family. I don't even understand it, Jackie. I just don't. Shooting is scary at first, and then it's a lot of fun. It is, Jackie. It's like powerful. But listen, anybody, first of all, if you live in my area, right? And this is, y'all know, when I offer things, it's true and sincere. If you live in my area, or you're coming through and y'all ever want to go to the shooting range, right? But you don't have a weapon or anything like that, we can go to the shooting range. You know what I'm saying? We can bring my weapons, right? We can bring them, and you can learn how to shoot. I offer that to anybody who want to really truly learn how to shoot, or shoot for the first time. A range is very safe and secure. And I'm not saying that I'm going to teach you, because I really feel like grown-ups, it's real simple, right? Once It's real simple, but there's other people there also who will teach you. You know what I mean? I could show you what I know as well. But yeah, anybody want to go? Hey, holla at a sister. I love going to the shooting range. Know what I'm saying? So that y'all already know when I make offers like that, it's true and sincere. Just let me know. Hey, Bomb, I'm coming through Delaware. You know, can we go to the range on a Saturday or Sunday? Saturday or Sunday. We could do it during the weekday too, if you want, but it had to be early. Okay. There's a couple of shooting ranges around here. That Remington 870 shotgun is very sexy, though. You like that 12 gauge, baby? Let me see. Okay, back to this coronavirus. So I do see a lot of people preparing their weapons. I do see a need in the mental state of mind, anything like mine, right? And my mental state says, hey, when the times get tough, people are going to try to survive. What does that mean? That means if the stores are closed and America shuts down where there's no transportation services, which means without transportation services, now when we need certain things gonna run out. You know what I mean? Bread runs out and then there's nobody delivering bread. What are the people gonna do? Right? And I'm using bread as an example, but this bread, milk, things like that, you know what I'm saying? There are gonna be people out there, their family gonna be hungry, and people gonna come. People gonna come and try to get what they need to get to survive. That's the basic human, that's how we are. We built that way, built to survive. So yes, I see the need to have some type of protection weapon or something, right? To make sure that people don't come in and take everything that you do have. That maybe you being a preparer, right? Like me going shopping, making sure that I got everything my family need, where the next person maybe didn't have that opportunity or didn't think about it. When times get tough, they're gonna want to go out and scavenge, right? We watch some of the shows. Y'all watch some of these shows. Let's eliminate and take the people walking dead shit out, right? Where they walking in the streets dead and eating people. Take that shit out of it. But think about the portion where people are just trying to survive and they have no stores where they could go purchase this shit from. That shit is some real shit. Okay. And I want to be able to make sure that, you know what I mean? If I have enough to share with others, I'm cool with that. Be like, come in, you know, somebody knock at the door and they got a family of children and shit and they hungry. And if I got some shit, you know what I mean? In my hearts of all hearts, y'all, I'm not even gonna lie. I probably want to open the door and invite everybody in. Yeah, come in, you know. But then the other side of me was, or my husband probably be the one to be like, look, we only got enough for us, and it's only gonna last us so much. We don't have enough to share. You know what I'm saying? It would take my husband to be the one to be like, look, we can't. And it'll be me and him going back like, look, we'll make this stretch. I know how to make this stretch. You know what I mean? We're gonna make this stretch. We'll be able to help. But then we can't be inviting everybody in. I know the nice part of you be wanting to invite everybody in and come in. Look, we're gonna protect each other. But nah, yo, everybody isn't meant to be in cliques or circles, or some people just are loners and they're all about just surviving alone. And they will come into your group, end up stealing everything you got so they can go off and be alone. You see? And so here I am, this middle person who I have that little, you know what I'm saying? I'm nice as all get out, but also I'm watching motherfuckers. I'm making sure you ain't stealing shit. You start walking away with my shit, then we're going to have to cut your hands off. No, I'm just kidding, y'all. I'm kidding. Anyway, let me see what y'all talking about. Man, this is called the real world, man. Let me see. Red Wing say, I got time off now. I'm going to learn how to bow hunt. Yeah, that's called archery, Red Wings. And if archery used to be my thing. I used to love, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why. I think, you know what I think it is? Because when I was like 5, 6 years old, it's the first time I used a shotgun. Actually, it was a rifle. It wasn't a shotgun. It was a rifle. A 22, by the way. Okay. I still got it. And you know what I'm saying? My dad ended up giving me all my guns, but I was like 6 years old. And I think when I wasn't a teenager yet, or was I? I probably was about 10, 11, right? Entering into middle school, and we had archery as a part of our PE. You know, down south, I don't know if they still do this. I don't even know if was I in middle school or still elementary school. I think I was in middle school. Okay. See, down south where I'm from, and I'm not sure if it's still that way, but the things that they taught us in PE was very valuable. They didn't just teach us to play basketball, softball, and football and sports, right? You know, they even taught us gymnastics and shit like that. But they also taught us archery, badminton. That's how I learned what I'm good at. I noticed today the kids where I live, like my children, they don't even know all the sports that they may possibly be good at because they wasn't even required to take PE. Within PE, these motherfucking kids didn't do much of nothing. If they didn't really play a sport, you know what I'm saying? They didn't really do anything. I was like, damn, I learned a lot in just PE, physical, you know what I mean? They taught me archery. So my dad didn't teach me anything about the bow and the arrow. School did. And then I was really good at it because I was really good at hunting. If I could take a gun and shoot a deer that's running full motion and get his ass, well, now the difference is instead of using a bullet, now I have a bow and an arrow, right? So it was natural to me. And so I think I really enjoyed it because my dad didn't know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I would be out there once I convinced my dad to purchase me an actual bow and the arrow, right? The bow and arrow sets. Then I was out there showing him. I'm like, Dad, it's simple. Hey, Dad, look, just pull back, you know? And I think that's why I ended up falling in love with it. Today, though, they got they got the bow and arrows, and they have the, what are they called? I forget what it's called. Let me look it up. They got bow and arrows that are like guns, in other words, right? I don't even know why that even exists. Okay. You can't even hunt with them legally. You can't hunt with that unless you have some medical issue. Let me see what that thing called. What is it called, y'all? Let me see. Because it's almost like a gun, right? You just simply put the arrow in, and everything else, you just hold it like it's a gun and shoot, bam. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This takes all the fun out of it. Now it looks cool as hell. Crossbow, there you go. Thank you, Red Wings. Crossbow, it to me is like cheating. What the hell you going hunting? Okay, so they got hunting season, and depending on what you're hunting for, depends on what you use, right? You wouldn't really, I guess you could. First of all, a shotgun isn't really meant for hunting because the bucks in the goddamn bullets, right, will spread out in the meat of whatever you're shooting. But it also depends on what you're shooting, right? So let's say I was hunting for rabbit. Most definitely I wouldn't use a shotgun. Shotgun would tear the rabbit, tear it apart. Plus a shotgun doesn't go as far as rifles, 22s and things like that. But but I would hunt a goddamn bunny. Y'all call it bunnies. I call it rabbit because I eat rabbit. Okay, I call it food, baby. I would hunt rabbit with a 22, a rifle. I would also hunt rabbit with a bow and arrow. It's cleaner if you do it with a bow and arrow. Now, a crossbow, on the other hand, though, you can kill a rabbit with a crossbow. The problem to me is the sport of it. Motherfuckers who into the sport of this, why do you have a crossbow? There's nothing sporty about that shit. And therefore, that's why a lot of areas where certain times of the year, depending on what you're hunting, you might just be able to use bows, bow and arrows. You're not allowed to use certain type of weapons in certain areas for certain type, depending on what you're hunting, I think, right? So But a crossbow is like cheating because it's like a cross. I guess that's why it's called a crossbow. It's a cross between a gun and a goddamn bow. You know, it's fucked up. But anyway, yes. So anyway, let's get back to this. I'm I'm gonna give y'all a list of things y'all need, and I will make a video about it. So right now I'm working on just the sweets because I already have some regular shit up there that y'all can learn. You can go and grab. If you want to make some waffles, I have the video ready up, and I make the waffles from a made mix, not a mix box, from flour, right? The flour, the salt, and shit like that. I even show you how you can make pancakes that they make at IHOP. I just never call them IHOP type of flavor. I guess I get more views if I did that. I'm showing you how to make, how IHOP make their goddamn pancakes. Pancakes where you don't need no syrup. My pancakes, you don't even need no syrup nor whipped cream. They're very flavorful. And I tell you that you could change the flavor of the pancakes based on the flavor that you add to the mix. Instead of adding just vanilla, you could add root beer. If you want your pancakes to be like a root beer flavor. If you want your pancakes to be on the cinnamon side, you know, if you want pumpkin spices and shit like that. All of that is just things you add to the basic recipe. My pancakes melt in your mouth. You don't need no syrup, I promise you. You don't need no whipped cream and fruit all on top just to give it that flavor. Just eating it, you know. And I tried to teach how you could do it instead of just showing how it's done. You know, I don't really advertise my videos at all. I just put them bitches up. Bam. If people want to find them, they find them. If you don't, you don't. You know what I'm saying? But it's time for y'all to learn how to get to the basics. We got some people out here with some knowledge. Stop worrying about when hurricanes coming that you got to go buy bread and motherfucking milk. What the hell? I always wonder, how is the bread and milk going? And I'm wondering what these people doing with the bread and milk. Oh, I got to go get some bread and milk. Oh, I got to go get some bread and milk. You got to go get some what? You got to go get, you forgot about the eggs. You didn't think of, like, what you going to do with bread and fucking milk? I could see if you said, well, I got to get some eggs. And then, you know, you can make an egg sandwich. Man, I always wonder why the people started talking about bread and milk. There's such a big difference between made from scratch and box mix. Yeah, there is a big difference in the taste, right? Because in the boxes, they add something else that so makes it preserves so it have a shelf life. Now, when I send you some shit, especially a box mix though, with the flour can last a very long time, right? The thing about it though, what will make some of those things expire would be the baking powder. Baking powder does not have a shelf life of, you know, years and years and years. The baking powder could, or the yeast could end up dying or not being alive anymore. Yeast is one of those things that comes alive, right? They put all these things already in, depending on what it is, right? Anyway, let me see what I was talking about. Boop, boop, boop. We had a archery as well, bomb, but I was in band and missed that part. Oh, you was a band student. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all did have archery? Because my kids didn't have none of that, yo. In fact, I had a son who, he didn't even, like, we didn't have to buy them no goddamn PE uniforms. See, in Louisiana, though, we did. When we moved to Louisiana and I took them, I had to buy them uniforms and I had to buy them PE uniforms. Like, I had to have PE uniforms. Every day for PE, I had to dress in my uniform, right? That's how you got your points. That's how you, like, if you didn't dress then you lost points from your grade. People was failing PE, not back in my day. Back in my day, if you didn't dress so many days, shit, your parents were getting a call. These days, we got motherfucking parents talking about my kid isn't sporty. My kids don't do sports. My kid's not the sports type. How you know if your kid's the sports type or not? You never allow your kid to go and learn and figure out if they like it. Your kid might be a natural. You would never fucking know it. Just because the parent isn't into sports, the parent don't know how to do certain things, doesn't mean that your kids are that way. Right? Your kid don't know what they're good at until they try it. There really are people who write notes saying my kid don't want to play football. My kid don't want to get hurt. My kid don't know how to play. My kid not the physical type. Yeah, your kid is in the physical type because your ass is in the physical type, and you think you want your kid to be like you. Let your kid go to PE and learn to see. Your kid might actually be a natural, might really enjoy it, but out of fear of trying it, because your parent is scared, you to push your fears on your child. Now your child too scared to even go out there and try to figure out what they're good at and what they're not good at. That's the only thing I like about myself. See, I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm not good at, yo. I know that I'm not good at everything. And I know that I've tried it. I know what I like and don't like. A lot of shit I know that I don't like. The reason I know I don't like it because I tried it. But I tried it. I may have been scared to try it, but eventually I tried it. I tried it. I didn't like it. I can even tell you why I didn't like something. You know what I mean? People are like, well, Bomb, why you didn't like it? Well, I didn't like it because, the tangy taste, or, it depends on what it is. I didn't like it because I just wasn't good at it. I didn't like it because I'm just not good at running like that. Whatever, but at least that's life. Life is learning, not letting somebody else push on to you what it is that you like and don't like. And the parents are the worst at that. My children were scared to do a lot of things. One of my sons was scared to play basketball. He thought he was too short because he was short for his age, right? He was. He didn't spring up into that height until he was in high school. Overnight, through a summer, he was one height where he looked like he was short. And then when he went back to school after summer, his ass was taller than everybody. But he was scared to play basketball because he always feared, hey, I'm not tall enough. So I got out there with him and showed him how to play basketball. See, I'm good at basketball. I'm a short motherfucker. Okay? I played basketball in high school, baby. You know what I'm saying? I played basketball in middle school too. And I've always been short. And I'm very good at it. Right? So I'm teaching my kids how to play basketball. And he's good at basketball. Very good at basketball. Okay? And it wasn't his tall daddy that taught him. It was his short ass mother who knows that if I want to make a you know what I mean? If I want to score and make a bucket, baby, I know how I have to hit that backboard at a certain angle. Always hit that backboard at a certain angle for it to go into that basket. Other than that, I'm not tall enough to be dunking nothing. I ain't never dunked nothing in my life except a donut in a glass of hot chocolate or some shit. I was the baddest black hockey player. What? That's what I'm talking about, weird rings. Hockey. There's a lot of, we got black kids who don't even think about hockey. They don't even think about playing or being on a swim team. Bomb, we live in a more peaceful state. Our laws are so different. There's a big difference between made from scratch and mixed. Okay, just read that. Bomb, I'm 3 years younger than you, so I'm considered old. All you had to do was dress for PE and pass. That's right. You had to dress for PE. Yes. And that's all you had to do to pass. But that's what I'm saying. Today, they're not even making them dress for PE. Once you dress for PE, they made you. I can't remember her name. I had a black PE teacher in middle school. Now, so that's where I learned. In middle school, that's when you're doing a lot of learning, right? Especially you learn what you're good at, what you're not good at in middle school. I think here they call it. I don't know what they call middle school. Down south we call it middle school, right? I think here is, how is it, elementary and maybe junior high, I think. and then high school. I think that's how they do it up here. But anyway, there we call it middle school. Anyway, in middle school, I had this black PE teacher. Black PE teacher, baby. And she will make your ass get out there. You had to try. You know what I mean? I remember having friends who just wasn't into sports. And you know what I'm saying? They didn't even want to try. Like, and she would make their ass get out there. You gonna try it. You might, you're gonna try it. And then I had one friend, but she couldn't, she was just nervous. She was a big girl. She was big. And she just always was self-conscious. And I remember the PE teacher telling me, get her ass out there, get out there, get out there, get out there, hit that ball. And then she ends up being really good at volleyball. Like I'm a great volleyball player. I still play volleyball today. You know what I mean? I go to the Y and shit. They be wanting me on their team. I'm a 50-year-old. They never know my age. But let me tell you something. I was really great at volleyball. Okay. And that PE teacher is the one who taught me how to play volleyball. Okay. And plus, I don't know what it is. I look at sports a little different than others. Like I kept trying to teach my son how to, think about the angle of the, how you hit that backboard. See, the kids today want to be all just all net, all net. Fuck that. My PE teacher said, look, you're going to hit that backboard. If it don't hit that backboard and go in, you're going to do some laps. You know what I mean? It's all good to get all net, but you're taking a lot of chance all net, right? But if you hit that, everybody can hit the fucking backboard. And if you learn exactly where to hit that backboard, it's almost guaranteed to go in. If you hit that backboard at a certain angle, you know what I'm saying? And of course, it depends on how hard you're throwing shit like that. Once you get the gist of it, man, you just lay that shit up. If somebody allowed me to get that shot off of my short ass, then I'm always making that goddamn basket. You know what I'm saying? But I rarely ever did all net because I didn't even learn how to do that. The kids today wanted to be just all net. I had to teach my son, hey. I said, hey, if you almost guaranteed if you do what mommy say, hit this goddamn backboard. Hit the backboard. But I like, and then my sons are good at swimming, and I tried to get them to want to go on the swim team. I'm like, you're good at swimming. They've been good at swimming. They grandmother taught them how to swim. Their grandmother and their father, right? Their grandmother one day got them out there in her pool when they were young, and she taught them how to swim. And my sons, it's amazing when I watch my son swim in 10 feet deep ass pools. You know what I'm saying? When they diving off the boards and shit like that. To me, that shit was amazing because my fucking ass can't swim. Not only can't I not swim, but I'm afraid of water being in my face. So it's amazing to me to see my children, dive off of that goddamn board like that. But I don't know with black kids, our kids, especially my kids and other black kids in the neighborhood, I watched them not even try to be on certain teams because they didn't see famous black swimmers. You didn't see famous black this or famous black that. So they just didn't think, or hockey players, right? I don't know much about hockey, so I'm gonna be honest about it, right? I don't know much. But what I have seen, I haven't seen many black players. And like I said, I don't see much, so I can't. Playing goalie is always about angles. That's right. It's always about. I think when it boils down to these sports, it's all about angles. Even with the pro players, right? They understand this. So the thing about the pro players, though, everybody's so good that they got to try to get in there just to shoot a basket at that angle. You know what I mean? So I tried to teach my son, and that's why he's good at basketball. He ended up, as he got older and older, start listening to me more and more. Because, remember, I'm the woman. I'm the woman out on the basketball court teaching boys how to play basketball. And they wanted to hear, well, mommy, it's supposed to be swoosh, Shush. And I'm like, no, hit that goddamn basket, hit that goddamn board, hit that backboard. They thought it was cool for it to shush. Then they got older, and then now they listening to me. You know, hit that damn backboard. Anyway, y'all, I got to get out of here. I haven't even started doing nothing. Okay, I already got 3 thumbs down. I ain't say nothing that was bad, negative. I ain't lie about shit, right? And I just, look, I understand the haters, man. Why y'all hating? I do not go around thumbing people's shit down. I give them the thumb up, even when I disagree with what the hell they talking about. Why? Because just that I took the time to even listen to them was enough for me to say they kept me, entertained. I listened. What the hell is going on what's going on with black people? Why do we do this? I don't understand this shit. If you took the time to even be here, then you should at least be able to say, well, let me hit the thumbs up. Or just don't hit the thumbs up at all. We got motherfuckers who come in just to hit a thumb down, to go, just so they can sit there and listen to what the hell I'm talking about. How you been doing, Warren? Y'all, I'm noticing I'm catching a cold as well. So back to the coronavirus. Yesterday I sent out, I know it was like I said, I belong to a lot of black chats. Black chats are usually like the educated, it's a lot of educated people where we have conversations about different things. I haven't really been participating a lot. Y'all know, because I got a lot of things going on, starting a business and all that shit too. Plus I'm, still mourning with my mother and shit like that, right? But I posted the comment because I freaked out. I absolutely freaked out about my grandchild. Okay, I'm very sensitive when it comes to him, as far as, because I start thinking, damn, like my dad, then my mom. Oh my God, I know I will not survive if something happened to my goddamn grandchild. Okay, so he got sick. I'm thinking maybe it's a cold. It could be. We're praying that it's a cold. So I asked the back chat in some areas. I was like, y'all pray for me. Like, these were people I thought I could trust. But then I realized I must have posted in one of the back chats. I think I posted in the wrong one, because something happened and I noticed. I was like, wait a minute. But I know that nigga is not in my back chat, because he ain't never been on none of these chats. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on right now? So yeah, I'm about to remove myself from a few of them back chats with people I don't trust. And it's not even about trust. It's just like, if I wanted everybody to know, I would have got on here. I would have been like, hey, y'all, we got a scare going on in the family. My husband is in the medical field. I don't know how many times I could tell this to y'all, right? I'm telling you that he comes in direct contact with people who are sick. Okay, usually you don't, and you in the medical field, you're not in contact with healthy motherfuckers. You're in contact with the people who have some type of medical issue. Okay, and if he ends up in contact with somebody with this virus, which I'm not saying that he has been, right? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in the field that he's in and where he works, yes. I don't know, they're not telling us enough information for us to know which hospital these people are at, or where they've been and shit like that, for the public to know. So we can know, well, maybe I was there. Was that person there on this day? Because, maybe I need to go get tested. We don't know. A lot of the not knowing is the scary part. So my husband in the medical field, so when my grandchild started sniffling, I'm okay with the sniffles, right? We all catch colds. But when he started getting fussier and fussier, not wanting to sleep, he's in pain of some sort. You know what I mean? So that's what it seemed like to me. He's not old enough to tell us. So then I don't know where my mind went yesterday. It just went to the worst place. And I started thinking about, oh shit. I don't know what I heard, but something said, damn, I hope my grandchild don't got the coronavirus, right? And I start freaking out. I start crying. My son, who is his father, comes in and like, what you crying? Why you crying? He see me hugging the baby, crying. And he's like, Mom, calm down. We'll find out we're gonna keep an eye on him. So I hurry up and take his temperature, and he don't have a low grade fever, but it was at 99 point, I think it was at 99.9, right? Which is just below a low grade fever. Boy, as that thing was creeping up, y'all, I was freaking out. My heart was racing. I really put it in his butt to take his temperature. You know, if I put it in his butt, I was already really freaking out. Right? I was like, nah, I'm not gonna put it on his arm. We're gonna put it right in his butt. Boom, I pop it in his little booty. You know what I mean? I'm taking his temperature. And at first it was like 98.5. I was happy. It started slowing up, but then it started creeping up. As it got higher and higher, my heart was pumping. I was like, oh shit, please don't tell me my baby got a fever. Okay. This is grandmother freak out. That's all. Okay. Yeah, grandmother freak out. So he's gonna get tested. When I think his mother called around to see where to go get him tested, right? And they ask you what your symptoms are and shit like that, and then they determine whether it's something to be worried about. And I think because he was young, and I don't know all the particulars yet. I'll speak to his mother. I think because he's young and he didn't have a fever, they didn't think that it was warranted to be freaking out. Okay. So I've calmed down. Bomb, I'm gonna hit you up with this summer. I'm in Indianapolis, Maryland. Oh, you right there. Hell yeah. Red Wings on some real shit anytime, baby. But let me know ahead of time so you know me and my husband are we know we can schedule. Okay? My husband loves fishing. You know what I'm saying? He always willing to take an opportunity to go fishing. And I think you and my husband's cool people. Okay. Now hunting in the summertime, we don't really go hunting in summertime. That's usually fall, and winter months. It depends on what you're hunting for, but it's down south is when I go hunting in summertime. That's different. But yeah, just let me know. You're not even for it all. Jackie Side Eye and Rockwell. Hey George, how you doing, baby? You doing good? I hope everybody having a good day. And this coronavirus, it's a lot of suspicion. I'm suspicious about a lot of things. You know, I've been alive a long time. I've seen lots of things. I was here when AIDS. I remember when AIDS first hit the scene. We started hearing about it. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't do none of this shit, yo. You know what I mean? And I remember when AIDS, they didn't know how it was spread. They used to think that you could catch AIDS by shaking somebody's hand. You know what I'm saying? Who got it? And you mean to tell me they didn't shut down the fucking cities, state, they didn't do none of that shit. And then, you know what I'm saying? And AIDS was really killing motherfuckers. Now you got something that's going around like a cold. You know what I mean? It ain't killed a lot of people. And you about to shut shit down? I'm sorry, but this is a little weird. It's a little weird. But whether here, that's not here nor there. That's here nor there, right? We got to be prepared for whatever is coming. And the basic needs is what we need to focus on. Food, clothing, shelter. Okay? Mostly your food and your shelter is what you need to be concerned about. Okay, fuck the clothing, wear whatever you got. Okay, don't go shopping for no goddamn new clothing, people, just to get through the coronavirus. Okay, Bomb didn't say that. I'm just spreading out the needs. The needs that our basic human needs are food, clothing, shelter. Okay, Bomb did not say go buy some clothes to get through the coronavirus. Y'all be twisting up everything I say, man. Y'all be taking bits and pieces of what I say to mean what the fuck y'all want it to mean. Okay, so listen. Listen to what I'm saying. We need to be prepared. You need to be prepared. Prepare you and your family for whatever comes down. Okay, I don't give a shit if you have to go to social services in order to get a voucher to go get canned goods. You understand? They have agencies and places that already have a storage area of canned goods. If you have to hit up those areas to get some canned goods to make sure you and your family make it through what might end up being uh, 30 days. They start shutting down stores. Y'all, what y'all think gonna happen? I live right behind a Walmart. That's some serious shit, right? Okay. And if that Walmart decide that they're not gonna open, the same shit that happened in Louisiana with Katrina, the same thing that happened in other areas with these disasters when weather hit, it's the same thing that's gonna happen right there at Walmart. As soon as they say stores are closed, motherfuckers is gonna go in that Walmart and get everything that they need. And stupid motherfuckers gonna go and get them TVs and shit like that. Smart motherfuckers gonna go and get that food. You understand what I'm saying? You're gonna go in there and you're gonna get all the canned goods that you could grab. You're gonna get your milk and eggs and all that shit. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. And these stores know that. And they don't really take that as a loss. That shit that they did in Louisiana with Katrina, that was PR bullshit. The motherfuckers were showing people floating in water with TVs and shit. Yeah, we always got some ratchet ass motherfuckers. I don't even know how they thought they were gonna go somewhere with a TV in the flooding ass rain. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what I thought I saw a motherfucker floating the goddamn big screen TV down the water. I think they tried to make it seem like this motherfucker was stealing the TV instead of actually saying that he had some children sitting on top of the TV. Keeping them out of the goddamn, he was using it like the TV was a boat. I remember seeing that shit and they were like, look at him. What they call him? They didn't call him, what was the term they used in Katrina? Made it seem like these motherfuckers was out of in another country. Can't think of what the term was, but I watch people try to keep their grandmothers and their children out of the water. And it was putting them on different things. I remember one guy, I remember it. He had a big flat panel TV. He was using it like it was a boat, and the media focus on the fact that the dude had a TV. And I remember that news being spread around. If you didn't see it, that's why you think that apparently he had this 50-inch TV just stealing it. Refugees, thank you, Warren. I watched this shit. I watched this dude have a TV with some kids on top. You know what I'm saying? Now, we always got idiots. We always got people who thinking they're not thinking. You know what I mean? They're not thinking. And when you get a group of poor people, who they have access to some shit they may not otherwise have access to, they're not thinking. They may grab that shit, right? But for the most part, people was in those stores grabbing bread, milk, eggs, anything they could use for food to eat. You know what I mean? And they focus on the motherfuckers who was stealing. That was the worst time, man. Let me tell you, it was sad. Katrina was something. It shows this country. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think much has changed. I think, when there was a group of people going across, I think it was the Hupalong Bridge, if I'm correct. Because I think when it was crossing the bridge, they said it would have been right there in West Wego. Now I might be wrong. I don't know if it was I thought it was the Hupalong Bridge. I thought the people was crossing the Hupalong Bridge, and there was people on the other side who made them people turn around at gunpoint. I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? Over there, people are drowning, and you gonna tell them to go get their black asses in that water and drown? Man, I'm trying to tell you. Nobody could convince me or tell me what Louisiana is, the different type of people that's there. I grew up there, and a lot of them people who did that shit are my age and older. You know what I'm saying? Waiting for some of them motherfuckers to die off. Because let me tell you something. The people who was my grandmother grew up and lived in Louisiana all her life. And for every day that she lived, she was afraid of a group of people. That's the truth. See, when I die off, if I don't spread this to my children, then they gonna forget this. But there's certain things we not supposed to forget. And when I tell you that my grandmother was afraid of white people, I'm not lying. And I'm not telling you she was afraid of them just because she feared them. She had ample reason to be afraid because my grandmother used to watch people get hung. You understand? Lynched. She witnessed this in her life. I've never witnessed that. You see? And because I have a witness, I don't really have where I can go and share it with my kids so they can remember. I can only tell you what the stories my grandmother shared with me. Okay? My grandmother was so afraid of white people that she, man, let me tell you, she was just really afraid. And it shocked me to an extent how my dad and her kids wasn't, because she was so fearful of them that even when they would do her something wrong, you know what I'm saying, that she'd be like, I'm not going to mess with the white people. She had a lawsuit that she could have went and did. She didn't want to be, she wouldn't go and even do the lawsuit. I'm not going to mess around with the white people. Shit. They shot some of them police, or shot some of them people. Did they? I didn't know if they shot, but I do know that I think some of the motherfuckers should be in jail. I think people was trying to keep a group of people, instead of saying, hey, those people are drowning. Those people, you know, they're trying to seek. Motherfuckers was like, really? Turn your ass around and go back and drown. Lord have mercy. And then they tried to make it seem like, well, those people had a right to want to protect their area. What the fuck is you talking about? Protect your area? When since did that part of town or any town become their area? Like, you know, you could walk through one town to get to another town. Shit. Suppose they were just trying to get home and couldn't drive. Suppose they was trying to get to their grandmother's home, but it took them to cross that bridge to get to the other side to get to they, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers was really telling people to turn around at gunpoint. And when those people have to answer for, if you believe in God, right? If you believe in God, when it come down to it, baby, they're gonna be answering to that shit. Okay? If you believe in a God, can you imagine a person who had the gun up? What are you gonna tell them? Well, God, yes, they was trying to save their life. They was trying to just live, but I don't think they deserve to live. So I told them to go their asses back. Fuck out of here, man. Anyway, hell yeah, it was wicked. And you know what, man, it was the scary. I'll never forget it. I know we got the people who were there, right? And I know they were scared. But I just feel like, from my perspective, it was the scariest thing in the fucking world. Why? I couldn't reach nobody. I couldn't call my mom, my dad, my uncles, aunts. I couldn't all I could do was sit in an area looking at the TV thinking, what the fuck? Then when you hear, I don't think a lot of people understand what happened in Katrina. Like, you know, a lot of people just listen to bits and pieces. You know what I'm saying? But unless you was there or you had people there and you're really concerned, they don't know the whole story, right? There was people who were left in hospital beds, yo, and ended up drowning in hospitals. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody, like the people who worked there, I guess, just left them. There was people, I heard that, like, my brother was in jail, right? I'm a whole hero, and I was nervous as fuck. No, that you're a whole superhero. Man, that was my brother was in jail, right? We didn't know what happened to nobody, because remember, they was busting people out and shit like that. Some people got out ahead of time. Some people was in long lines for 2 days just trying to get out. That's how traffic was. You know, there was people who got caught in the midst of the storm trying to get away from a storm. But there was people, yo, who was legit in ages, like in hospitals, prisons, jails, who was just left there to die. I was like, what the fuck? Like, you couldn't even just let the people out. Like, like, the people didn't even go through trial yet. You don't even know whether they were guilty or not. Some people was there, could be for a traffic violation, and you left them behind them bars, locked up, where they couldn't even go no fucking where. What the fuck? And the Superdome, yeah, when I looked at that shit. And then when that governor, wasn't he, that was the governor or the mayor? Was he the mayor? He was the mayor. When that fucking dude got on that radio station, yo, see, I think that shit was planned. Because I'm going to be real with you, right? I think that shit was it sounded like it was planned. It sounded like he had to get on there and make it seem like things were so bad. And by him making it seem like things were so bad criminally, that's why it took so long for George Bush and the people to get down there to save them people, right? It made it seem like it was in a war zone. Because that motherfucker was on the radio station and talking about that somebody had raped his daughter. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, he was like, he heard. What you mean you heard, dude? Like, whoever told his ass this, now, first of all, why would somebody come and say, hey, bruh, you know, so we're gonna take it from a hood mentality, and I'm gonna take it to a professional. So let's go with the hood mentality, right? The hood mentality is somebody stepped up to him like, hey, bro, hey, come here. I heard somebody rape your dog, right? They out there, they rape your dog. That's the hood mentality. Who does that? I heard somebody rape your dog. Or let's take it from a professional. But sir, how you doing? Sir, I heard that somebody raped your daughter. Like it don't sound right from no fucking body, right? Let's take it from a kid point of view. Hey, sir, mister. Hey, sir, I heard somebody rape your daughter. It don't sound right. How about like even the media? Like wouldn't that? Let's take it from a media standpoint, like the reporter. Hey, sir, how you doing, Mr. Mayor, sir? Is it true? Is it true? Because I heard that somebody raped your daughter. Like it just don't make no fucking sense. How you heard something from somebody he couldn't even reach? If you can't reach the person, then why would you assume somebody raped your daughter? If you can't reach people, who even reached out to tell you that somebody raped your daughter? Yo, I'm telling you, shit, from my standpoint, when I was watching that shit, I was like, what the fuck just happened? What is this dude talking about? I thought he was on here to talk about how the city need help from the government. And right now, you telling people that somebody that raped your fucking daughter. I was like, this just not making no sense. Now you making it seem like it's dangerous for anybody to come and even help. Now they can't even just hop in and help. But now we're gonna need police protection, gonna need the National Guard to go in because you know, whoever you bring in, they might end up getting raped. I was like, what the fuck, man? A few police went to prison for abandoning that jail. That's good. The man doctor, that's good. The head doctor, that's good. And let me tell you what we heard about the police. Y'all know New Orleans PD been bad for a long time. I noticed personally how rotten the police system is, especially in Louisiana. Now, I'm not saying Louisiana is the worst than others. I'm just saying I know personally because I'm from Louisiana, right? And I think I've told y'all this. My brother used to be a big dope dealer. My brother was a big dope dealer. When I say a big dope dealer, I'm talking about big, baby. Okay? I'm talking about big. So he, like when they was, everybody knew he was selling. He had police officers who would call my mom and tell my mom to warn my brother when they was coming to do searches and shit. When the police when they stopped my brother, they would stop him, and all they would require from him was him to sign over the car that he was driving. Whatever car he was pimping that week, the police would be just sign this over to me. They got money from him, cars from him. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm telling you, my brother used to be lost, so I'm telling you this. I know this. Okay, so this is what we heard though after Katrina, that the goddamn police officers, some of them were so. See, that's when people head is so big. These motherfuckers, remember, you could confirm or deny this, Warren, because you probably know more about this than I do. So there was police officers who went to car where they sell cars, what they call them, car lots, right? Where they sell cars. Remember back then, what's the name of those Jeeps? what the name of that big ass Jeep? It's like a military Jeep. It was big back then. These motherfuckers, right? Some of these motherfuckers went to the BMW car lots and shit like that, Lexus and all this shit. They went and got a vehicle and then left with their family. Hummers, there you go. Thank you. Hummers. But there was this, I remember there was a couple of them, they went and got Hummers, right? Check this shit out. They went and got whatever vehicle they wanted. Now they was claiming, from my understanding, the ones who had gotten a couple of Hummers, they was claiming that they got the Hummer because they heard that it could drive through all terrain, right? And they thought it'd make it through the weather. Okay, that sounds good, right? That you're saving your family, you're leaving, you're fleeing, right? But these motherfuckers ended up in Atlanta and Dallas, different areas. Even after the weather, after the storm and everything cleared, the motherfuckers just riding around like them cars was theirs, never to return them. I was like, these motherfuckers went and stole whole Hummers, and you thought you were gonna get away with that shit? You didn't think the Hummer, after everything cleared out, you didn't think the motherfuckers gonna want to know where? Here's the car, the vehicle with the VIN number and everything. You thought you were gonna be able to ride that shit out? Yeah, a lot of them just were gone. So I'm just saying, what the fuck is up with people? Anybody want the link? I gotta get dressed, y'all. I've been running my goddamn mouth. I think I'm gonna go to Super Walmart, but if I have to go, if they don't have what I need, which is the basics, eggs, of course I'm gonna get some whipping, cream if I can. If milk, if they got milk, cool. Eggs, milk. Let me see. I got a list of things so I can make sure when my kids want some, snacks or cakes and shit. We got to get through a whole month. If y'all want to be able to make some little cakes and things, so I'm gonna show y'all how to make it in a mug. You're gonna need some milk and some flour. Now you're gonna need to get self-rising flour. And if you get self-rising flour, you're not gonna need baking powder. But if you use regular flour or cake flour, then you need baking powder. Okay. What is self-rising flour? Self-rising flour is flour that they put the baking powder in it for you already. Okay, so that's what it. Yeah, Ray Nagin, that motherfucker right there, boy. Anyway, didn't he go to jail? Then I think they gave him some years, huh? Was that him who went to jail? Man, I'm trying to tell you. But you know what's bad about him going to jail and shit like that is that there have always been mayors and governors and people of power like that who've been doing the most, doing criminal activity. But I've noticed this happen in DC, also happened in Philadelphia, right? Well, that when somebody black are in these positions and they do something criminally, they actually go to jail. White people, on the other hand, they ain't going to jail. They don't go to jail. You know what I mean? And they go to jail for stupid shit. Like it'd be some shit where, like, I think the mayor in Philadelphia or mayor governor, I'm not sure what he was. He was something. He was something big. I think they got him for buying shit and claiming that it was a part of the job. You know what I mean? Shit that they all do. Like putting dinners on the tab or whatever and claiming it and shit like that. And they got him for that type of shit. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? He's still in there. That's crazy, man. Anyway, listen. Milk, flour, eggs, butter. These are some basic things that you need where you could create all kinds of meals. Make sure you got some white sugar. If you want to do some snacks, get you some brown sugar, right? If you're talking about making anything chocolatey, like I'm going to make a chocolate cake for y'all, show y'all how to do that, then cocoa powder, right? Unsweetened. Get you some vanilla extract, salt, of course, mostly. I hope y'all got salt already. Powdered sugar, heavy cream or whipped cream. One of the cakes I'm gonna show y'all, we're gonna use like a whipped cream as the frosting. Okay. You can either get heavy cream, but if you get heavy cream, then you gotta have a blender because the heavy cream turns into whipped cream. Okay. Baking powder. What else I got here? Make sure you get your mug that is microwave safe. You can get some frostings if you want different frostings, but I can show you how to make frosting by you getting some cream cheese. Get you some sprinkles if you got some kids. They'll like the sprinkle cake I'm gonna make. Now, if you want to make a red velvet, because I think I said I was gonna make a red velvet cake also. Now, the thing about red velvet cake is really just a chocolate cake. I don't know why people I've heard people say, "Ooh, my favorite cake is red velvet cake. Oh my God, I love red velvet cake." And I look at them and I say, "Well, do you like?" They tell me they don't like chocolate cake, but they love red velvet cake. Well, red velvet cake is a chocolate cake. That's it. Except it has red food coloring. And in case you didn't know, red food coloring does not have any flavor to it. Like food coloring has no flavor. It's just coloring. That's it. So what's the difference between a red velvet cake and a blue velvet cake? Nothing except the color of the cake. And the same goes for what's the difference of a chocolate cake versus a red velvet cake? Nothing except the color. The coloring does not add flavor, whether it's red or blue or yellow or green. That does not add no flavor. Okay, so when I've heard people say their favorite cake is red velvet cake, then when I go to explain to them that, no, you mean you love chocolate cake. Oh no, I don't like chocolate cake. No, you love chocolate cake. Okay, you just told me that your favorite cake is red chocolate cake. Okay. Oh, Mr. Fantastic said something. Let me see. What happened? Somebody. I gotta show it. Hey, Mr. Fantastic. Yep, niggas don't know nothing about cooking. Well, we're gonna have to learn because we got 30 days. Hopefully, some areas got 30 days of being locked down. Maybe, possibly. We're going to learn how to cook. Because I know goddamn well here in the PA area, in certain counties, you can't even go into a McDonald's, baby, unless you got a drive-through. And then how long that's gonna last? How long that's gonna last where McDonald's is gonna remain open that way? Could last a long time until they start putting those when they I forget what it's called. God damn it. Y'all, I'm over here, got 100 things on my goddamn mind. I'm trying to come up with a list of things I need to go buy. What's up, Fantastic? Keep your foot on them scammers' neck. I know that's right. Fantastic over there, boy, doing the damn thing. Yes, he is. Oh, and by the way, I do come over, Mr. Fantastic. I come over, and show you some love. Sometimes I don't say shit. I haven't been saying anything lately because you men are over there doing the damn thing, baby. But just know that it's always love. You know what I'm saying? Me showing you some love. Yeah, I'll come mess with you men and shit like that. Let you men do y'all manly things. Come over there, show you some love, and then I'll be out. Anyway, Warren, you going live anytime soon? I haven't been talking about this coronavirus because I don't know much about it. Like, I haven't really been paying attention. Like I said, I got, y'all know I got the new grandchild, which he lives with me. Like, my grandchild's my grandchild, but my grandchild lives here. And I love my grandchild. You know what I'm saying? I'm a first-time grandmother, and I love it. I feel, you know what I'm saying? I know that's right, Mr. Fantastic. Yeah, I actually enjoy being a grandmother. I love them to death. Feel like a not a second chance because I did well with my kids. The same way I'm doing with my grandkid, I did, I raised my kids the same way. The difference is, though, me being a grandmother, besides a young mother, is that I can really pay attention and enjoy him. When I was a young mother, I had to work and cook and clean. You know what I'm saying? I was all over the place. Me and my husband, we just trying to survive. And of course, we was happy when we saw our sons take their first steps and talk and say mama or dad. Yeah, we enjoyed that. But with my grandchild, it's different, right? Because I get to sit back and really just see this. And he's so fast. And I don't know if he fast because he's fast or if he just doing things because he has me here teaching him. Like I'm constantly teaching him. You know what I mean? Showing him how to do things. and just helping him. You know, he's not going to no daycare where they put him in a playpen to sit there all day. When daycare, when they babies, I'm gonna be honest, I used to do daycare, right? So the babies are the easiest to take care of in a sense, because all you got to do is just make sure that they fed and that they're not wet. And you don't have to play with them or anything. You keep them, they sleep most of the time when they're infants. Then when they become a little older, you sit them in a playpen, put some toys around them. You know what I mean? You don't baby them because they don't have no investment in them, right? When my grandchild started whining or crying, I'm running over to see what's wrong. You know what I'm saying? He cried just because he wanted me to pick him up. Then guess what? Then I pick his ass up. That's the truth. Okay? But if he's at a daycare, that's not gonna happen. You know, they're gonna just give him a toy, a bottle, a binky, and let him make his noise. If that's what you want to do. And that's how, in a sense, that's good to an extent. It's good that it teaches them the self-soothe. It teaches them that, hey, I'm not gonna be able to just call people and they come running. So it teaches them that they're gonna have to figure this out themselves. I just don't do it that way. Okay. So there's a good way to that. There's a good sense to that. When he's with his mother and father, then they do that way. They let him sit there and play with his playpen. He's good with that, in his crib or his playpen. When he with his mom though, he knows that he can say boo, and he know I'm coming to run. he knows I'm gonna run. He fights his sleep when he with me. When he with them, he'll go to sleep because he know they're not gonna run to him the way I do. Right? So that's what I'm learning. I'm learning how smart his ass is at 6 months old. He already knows who he can manipulate. He knows he can't manipulate his grandfather. He just stares at his grandfather and smile at him. You know what I mean? But he don't cry around him because his grandfather's never really come running when he cries. So he don't cry around his grandfather. When he's with his dad, he don't do much crying. He'll laugh and smile. He knows that him going, they ain't gonna do nothing. His dad will give him a toy or give him something. His mother the same way, she'll sit there with him. But he knows when he with his grandmother, he could go boo, and I'll be like, what's wrong? He fakes crying. My grandson didn't learn how to just be like, and no tears or nothing. And he knows that I'm gonna come running. And even though it sounds bad in the manipulation within it, but it's that I noticed this, right? He is smart as hell. He knows who can get away with certain things with certain people already. I'm like, God damn. This morning, he wouldn't let me go to sleep to save his life. I gave him his medicine, which was supposed to make him sleepy. He fights to sleep when he with me. So I had to take him in there to his dad. I said, hey, here you go. He goes right to sleep with his dad. He goes right to sleep with his mom, but he will stay up fighting because he know I'm going to tickle him. I'm going to have him laughing. I realized last night, out of an 8-hour span, 7.5 of those hours was me making him laugh. I had him jumping up. I'm tickling, I'm giggling with him for 8 fucking straight hours down here. And he was just enthused. He would take him, he would fight his sleep. He'll fall asleep in my arms while I jumping. And then when I lay him down, he pops right back up. Like, I'm not done. That's all I'm saying. So I'm going to get out of here, y'all. I do have to go to the store. The good thing is Super Walmart is open 24/7, baby. So I ain't in no rush. And I don't have my grandchild's with his mom for the next couple of days. I know I'm going to miss him, but I need the rest, okay? So I can't go out tonight. My husband stopped me from going shopping in the middle of the night. I'm going to be honest. Maybe about 2 years ago, he was like, I don't want you going out at night. Now, he knows that I'm very self-reliant. I used to shop in the middle of the night because that was the only time I could, right? My kids would be asleep, he'll be asleep, and I used to just leave the house, go to Super Walmart, come back with a shitload of groceries. He stopped me from doing that. And I allowed it because in the beginning, he didn't like it then, back then neither. But I used to be like, I can take care of myself. I'm going to do what I want. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is the only time I have the time to really go shopping. Because nobody likes shopping with me. Nobody in my household, they don't even want to think about going to a store with my ass. Why? I'm in Walmart 3 hours at the minimum. I go down every single food aisle there is. Because I don't have a list of what I'm getting. I look at everything to make sure I ain't forgetting shit. And then sometimes I'm making my meal plan while in the aisle. I can be standing there and say, ooh, if I get this, then if I get this, I got to go get that because I'm going to cook this with that. And then I might have to go and backtrack, which I normally don't have to backtrack. Because as soon as I see one thing, I start piecing together what I'm going to cook with it. But yeah, I'll be in Walmart 3 hours, spend about $300, which is not much, by the way. Okay. $300, that's just groceries. That don't include, I don't really shop Walmart for anything else, really. You know, sometimes some home things, but mostly just groceries. I don't buy no clothes and shit out of Walmart. I might get them some underwear. I don't even get my underwear from Walmart. Okay, Walmart, shit, that shit don't last. Okay, but I will get them a pack if I gotta get them some t-shirts and underwear and shit like that. I'll get that out of Walmart. But everything else, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get my ass out here. I'm rambling right now. I don't have on no clothes. I'm naked. I'm butt ass naked. And it's not a pretty sight. Okay? It's not a pretty sight at all. So what I'm gonna do is bring my old ass over there and hurry up, put on some clothes, which I was supposed to be doing while I was talking, but I'm gonna be honest, I can't do much or nothing without music. Me and music go hand in hand. Um, I'm thinking about coming back later though. Maybe it depends. It depends. I am going to be putting up the little videos that maybe even if you don't use it, you got some teenagers, let them see the videos. Tell them to go make them, you know, when they get hungry for something, they can make it themselves. Okay? Oh, Judge in the house. What you say? What you say, Judge? How you been, baby? I'm over, yeah. Judge and his freaky ass. How y'all been? I miss, you know what? When I come back, when I come on YouTube, I start realizing the people I miss when I see y'all. So I haven't really been on YouTube that much in the last couple of months. You know, first of all, I've been stressful, you know what I mean? And I'm also doing things at home, and then I have my grandkid. Okay? A lot going on at the same time. And I remember these stressful times when my kids were babies. I didn't think I would be going through this type of shit again. But this is a different type of stress. Because now I realize, you know, doing searching and realizing life and thinking about life and everything, that I'm at this stage where I'm going to watch people in my family die, yo. Like if I'm, let's say, if I am fortunate enough, then I'm going to actually sit here and watch people die. So almost for the last couple of months, there's been somebody dying at least every month in my family, right? An uncle or aunt, whether it's on my side of the family or my husband's side of the family. Somebody's been dying. Uncles, aunts, cousins. I'm like, goddamn. But what really hit me hard is when they're young. When they're younger than me, that or my age or younger, that shit hits me hard. Because it makes you realize that life is not guaranteed. You see what I'm saying? Like this shit is not promised. Tomorrow is not promised to none of us. And just like that, you could not wake up the next day. You know what I'm saying? Just like that, somebody who you just talked to on the phone could be gone the next day. And you realize that this is life. It's just right now at the age that I am, which I'm fortunate that I've become this age because I got a lot of friends, ex-friends, and people I went to school with who didn't even reach the age that I'm at. They died when they was in their 20s. I had family cousins who died before they was 25. You know what I'm saying? I was just thinking about Alea. I'm not sure why. It must have was her birthday recently or something. I'm not even sure how she came to mind. Maybe I was listening to a song or something. I realized that Alea died 20 years ago. Y'all, I remember that shit like it was yesterday. You know what I mean? I remember hearing it over the radio, how she was in this accident, right? She was a young woman, right? But then I was young as well. I think I was only a few years older than Aliyah, right? Maybe less than 10 years, maybe about 9 years, 8 years older than her. Which means when I started listening to her, when I really started listening to her when she was grown, she maybe was 20, 21, making me about 28, 29, right? I just realized yesterday that's 20 years ago, yo. I was like, oh my shit. Like right now, she would be, no, was it 20 years ago? Yeah. She would be about 40 years old and she was still living. She died when she like 21, 22 years old. Wealthy, famous. So even her wealth and her fame couldn't stop her from dying. And that's what life, that sums up life right there. If you think about it, it doesn't matter how much money you have, it don't matter how famous you are, who you are known by, who you are loved by, whether you're hated or loved, it don't matter. Life is basically this. You are born, hopefully you get to live to have a family. It's not guaranteed. And then you die. That process happens to you. It's going to happen to me. It's going to happen to him, her, that person over there, people you don't know, people you don't like, and people you do like. That shit going to happen to us all. And basically, what is important is how you decide to live that life. Whether I had died at 21 or I died at 81, am I going to be able to sit back in my life and say, hey, I'm happy with how I did this? I don't give a fuck if other people are happy how I did it, but am I happy? Can I say I did that? I tried that. I tasted that. You know what I'm saying? Or am I going to sit back and say, damn, I didn't do none of that shit. And then when you start realizing you didn't do it because you was worried about what other people thought about what you're doing. Wait a minute, you mean to tell me you ain't going to live your life because you was afraid people was going to judge you for living your life? Woo, that don't make no sense when I say it, do it? Y'all, it's a lot of you who ain't do shit. You ain't try different shit. You refuse to do certain shit. You won't talk a certain way out of fear of what people, your neighbors, gonna think about you. Fuck them, baby. Listen, at the end of your life, the only person who you gonna even be considering thinking about is you. I promise you, you're not gonna be worrying about the Joneses when you pass away. You can only live with regrets. You know what I'm saying? You can live with regrets. I don't want to live with no regrets. And I'm confident in saying that there's some things that I regret, but it's not because of me, right? Things that I do regret is because of somebody else, right? I did what I wanted to do, how I wanted to do it. Maybe somebody else came in with their own plan and fucked it up. But I'm even okay with that. I'm okay with saying, well, I do nothing wrong. Let's see. Hey, positive minds, how you doing, sister? You're going to say, damn, I didn't flip the mattress. I know that's it. Listen, I I am going to say that maybe I've had some mattresses that got flipped, baby. I ain't have the mattress flipper cause that. You know what I'm saying? Judge, I ain't have you cause it, but you know what I'm saying? I can absolutely say that, hey, I really don't have no regrets, like for real. Sometimes you gotta look back. I really lived my life being able to say I didn't intentionally hurt nobody. I didn't set out to hurt nobody. And in fact, as far as I know, I haven't hurt anybody. You know what I mean? And most definitely not on purpose. And with that being said, I haven't really had anybody set out to hurt me neither. You know what I'm saying? And I feel confident in saying that I can go in areas that I don't even really reside, because I don't know. I just real feel confident. I know that there's people who don't believe or agree with me, and still we get along. We don't agree with everything. You know, people sitting on the other side of the aisle. I'm one of those people who could work with people on the other side of the aisle, and they're willing to work with me. You know why? Because they know that I'm not trying to harm them. Hopefully, they're not trying to harm me. And that's how you live your life. You live your life not worrying about what other people say. Man, we too old for that shit. That's the shit I did when I was young. When I was young, younger and young, um, I may have cared. You know, maybe the way I was dressed. Maybe people didn't like the way I don't know. I don't really remember that time in my life where I really cared what other people said too much. I think I do remember when I had my own inner issues where I wasn't happy with myself, but I don't never remember a time where I cared about that person caring about how I look, how I dress, and shit like that. But I do remember me just not being happy with myself. You know, I gained some weight. I wasn't happy with that. You know what I mean? It took the men to make me more confident in the fact. So I didn't spend majority of my life on no motherfucking diet. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I could have been at the gym all the time and working out and stressing about gaining some weight, but I didn't. And I think the men for that shit. I think there's a group of men out there who was like, shit, woman, I'll take you just the way you are. Hey, I love you just the way you are. Hey, you look sexy just the way you are. They got men who didn't like it. There were men who do like it. And it did, but does it matter? It don't fucking matter who like it and don't. I didn't live my life worrying about who did like it and who didn't. I had to learn that I need to be happy with who I am. You see what I'm saying? And it was men. I'm not talking about my husband and my family. See, your people who in your family, it's a little different, right? Because you know that you don't know whether they telling the truth or not. You don't know whether he just love you and he just putting up with it because he love you. You know, you don't know your family members, they love you. So, you you don't trust a lot of things they say when it comes to certain things, right? It's the outsiders. When I started noticing, I intentionally gained weight, yo. Right? I could tell y'all, I think I told y'all the story of why that happened. I intentionally fucking gained weight to keep men away from me. And and it didn't even work. I used to be one of the people who believe, hey, I guess, who wants to be fat? Nobody want to be fat. Nobody want no big woman. Nobody want no big person. Because that's what they fed to us. The media showed us, especially back then, small, tall, skinny women. You had to be light skinned. You had to be this. You had to have this type of hair, that type of hair. Back then, that's y'all know that's where I come from, right? That's the decade. That's the mindset back then. I didn't fit none of that shit, right? I didn't fit none of that, and therefore, I never thought of myself as being pretty or ugly. I didn't think about that shit. But I most definitely never thought of myself as being pretty. That's why when people give me compliments, I really don't even know how to take it. You know what I mean? Because I don't really don't even see a benefit in it. I didn't grow up with that like that. So I usually tell people thank you. And in my mind, I'm thinking what I'm thanking them for. Like, what was I supposed to do with that? But, I don't even know. But let's learn. How you doing, Crystal? How you been, sister? How you doing? I hope y'all had a great day so far. I was talking about the coronavirus. I need to get dressed so I can go and shop. So they are, as far as I know, because the government changes, everything changes as different things are learned about this virus and shit. In the Philadelphia area, they have closed schools. The schools are closed. If I'm correct, I know most definitely 2 weeks. I think they're talking about a whole 30 days. Okay. I think they went so far they almost pretty much say those for 2 weeks. The schools are closed. Okay. Um, that leaves a whole nother set of issues that they trying to solve, like feeding the kids. That in itself, can you imagine us being what we consider the greatest country in the nation, in the world, right? We are the greatest country in the world. And yet, when it comes down to us having to shut some shit down for public safety, we then have to start worrying about how people gonna eat. That is some weird ass shit. I was sitting back listening to these people talk about, well, we're concerned because there are a lot of children who depend on breakfast and lunch from the school system. When they said that shit, I was thinking to myself, they don't see the idiotic seeing that. They don't see that if that's a fact, which we know it is, right? We know that it is a fact. How do we consider ourselves to be one of the greatest nations when we know that there's some people, some children who would not eat if it wasn't for their asses going to school? And by the way, like, it hurts my heart to know that there could be a kid out there who on Saturdays and Sundays or the summertime, they really not eating. They really not eating. That's fucked up, yo. And we got to do better as a country. So when we got people in government talking about, hey, we don't want to be a socialist country, I don't know why not. What the fuck? Why wouldn't you want to make sure that everybody's able to eat? I don't know, because we got some mean ass motherfuckers and they think it's a dog eat dog world and they're okay with eating the next person. But maybe we would have less crime if everybody's basic needs were at least met. If everybody was able to have eat, right? Food. And everybody was able to have some type of shelter. And if everybody was able to have clothing. I don't care if it's a uniform, right? If you supply everybody with the uniform where at least they don't have to be outside naked or in some, clothes that just aren't fitting or whatever. If we could supply just those basic needs, I bet your crime would go down a lot. Now, for those who want it to be better, like if you don't want the basic clothing, the basic uniform that is provided to everybody, you want to be special, then go and do your job, right? And go make extra money. Go do whatever you want to do, and then you can get that shit. But why can't everybody at least be human enough where everybody can make sure we all eat? I feel sorry. You don't know how many children out there who just not eating. Their parent might be drinking up the money and the kids ain't eating. I know motherfuckers who selling their food stamps. I know goddamn well them kids wasn't eating. Because they used to come to my door to eat with my children. Doctor, what's going on? How you doing, sister? Y'all, I am one of those parents. I live in a different neighborhood now, but I lived in another neighborhood where when my kids were younger, we were never wealthy, right? The kids in the area used to think my kids were wealthy. Why? Because they had more than they had. But the reason they had more than they had wasn't because of money, me having more money. It was just because the way I handled what we did have. Because that was a time when we was on food stamps, baby. You understand? I was on food stamps. My kids didn't even know what a food stamp was because they didn't understand that food stamps and money was different. They just knew that when they wanted to come in and get a snack, they was able to get a snack. You know what I'm saying? During snack time. They knew that when they came home, they ain't never worried about being hungry because their mother went shopping. Like I said, I go to Walmart pushing out 2 baskets of food. The most I ever got in food stamps back then was like $300 something, like on the low end of 300, right? I would spend $300, but I knew how. Like $300 to some people would be half a basket. $300 to me, somebody who cooked. Like I purchased my meat and I cooked it. I didn't buy no ready meals that you put in the microwave. I end up with 2 big baskets filled with food, and somebody else who I know a girl who was getting $1,200 in food stamps. Yo, I'm not even fucking lying. And every month she sending her children to my door, whether it's to get some sugar, some flour, One time they came to my door and asked could they get I'm not even lying, this the order. It was the kids who came. They sent the kids over to see if they can get some sugar from me. And I had no problem, right? Oh yeah. My husband used to have a problem with giving shit like that. Because he said once you start, it never stops. I ain't had no problem. I would just shake my head at my husband and just say, give him the sugar, right? But then they came back. I'm not lying. Me and my husband, we were just having this conversation. Like when they came to get the sugar, and my husband was like, you got to stop doing this. It ain't gonna stop. And I was like, yeah, it's some sugar, baby. It's just sugar, right? I used to buy the sugar, the big ass 20 pound of sugar from BJ's, so it was no problem, right? So I give them a couple of cups of sugar so they could bring back to their mom, right? I filled the thing that she gave him, I filled it up with sugar. He says, it ain't gonna stop. I was like, oh, ain't no big deal, right? Then the kid comes right back and asks, my mom say, you have any packs of Kool-Aid? I almost fell on my knees because I'm thinking, oh shit, my husband, it wasn't an argument, but it was just a little conversation. I'm like, he told me it wasn't gonna stop. And here it is, moments later, wait, you asking me for the sugar and then you come back asking for the Kool-Aid? Y'all, that's insane. But I'm telling you, 12, she had 5 or 6 kids. She was young too. Like she was about 22, 23 years old, and she had 5 or 6 kids. Like she was one who was every year she was pregnant since the first year she got pregnant. They were back to back. None of them were twins, but I guess you would call them Irish twins, right? When they less than a year apart. I think each of her kids was less than a year apart from the one before it. And she was getting $1,200 in food stamps. Yes, she was, baby. So I was like, damn. Now, I was like, if I got $1,200, you know what I could do? I don't even think in food stamps. So if I was getting 300 a month, right? Like 324, some shit like that. I'm not sure, right? I was getting that for me and 2 kids. So what? 369. She got in 1 month what I would get in 4 months. If I had $1,200 just to go shopping with, I wouldn't have no space to put all that shit. But I tell you what, I would have a whole lot of meat. Because even they got people who get the food stamps and they still don't think about, hey, look for sales. Just because you got the food stamps don't mean you just buy smart. You don't have to spend all of the $1,200 every month, right? You might only spend half of it this month. Next month, you just roll it over because it's okay to roll over if that's what you need to do. But god damn, $1,200, you're right, that's a lot of money. And they still would need sugar, Kool-Aid, or whatever. You know what I mean? They will still need that shit. What's up, Bentley? I miss you and Dr. Man. I miss y'all so much. Anyway, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I watch people get a lot of food stamps and still their kids be hungry. And I used to, my husband, maybe it's a man's thing. I can't, I'm not a man, so I don't know how men think. I could just tell you what I watch from the men around me all my life. Dad, uncles, cousins, my husband, even my sons, right? They are less emotional, invested in people they don't know. Where I guess I'm more, I start feeling for people. I feel people pain, right? So I got these kids. My kids were young and they always had friends. And every Friday, like clockwork, I never cooked on Fridays. Fridays was pizza night when my kids were young. So every Friday, especially when they were younger, where I can get them one piece and split it between the 2 of them, and then buy my husband a piece, and me and my husband would split that, right? That's 2 pieces. Eventually, my kids got older where they was getting a piece of each. Okay, but when they were younger, every Friday was pizza, and then they started realizing that they had more than their friends, so their friends would come by on Fridays and spend the night. I used to have kids spending the night at my house every weekend. Okay, I think I told y'all that one time I had a kid stay at my house. His ass stayed at my house all summer before the school let out. Okay, so his family got evicted, and he still had to go to school. So what he did though, uh, he would he would just stay at my house. Like by the time I allowed him to stay, he had already been staying a month. It was some weird shit. It's almost like I just accepted it and just openly said, "Hey, I need to talk to your parents." This little boy, he stayed. We understood that they moved. They still had to go to school. He was at my house spending the night. My kid, and then they acted like I didn't know, and nobody even asked me could he spend the night. My kids was at a certain age; they was in high school. This little boy was just staying. Right? Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all may have done this, right? To where you had a friend and something going on in your household, and you just always at your friend house. You at your friend house so much that they parents damn here don't even acknowledge that you ain't got to ask could you spend the night. You just spent the night. The little boy, but I'm noticing, right? Because I know I cook. I cook for everybody, so I need to know who I'm cooking for. You know, um, So he was spending the night, then he spent another night. Then next thing I know, he spent every night for the last 2 weeks. Then 2 more weeks go by, he spent every night. I realized, okay, they got evicted. He still got to go to school, right? He was getting up, going to school with the kids. So what had happened was, um, I was like, okay, because see, my husband is the person I got to explain this shit to. My husband is the one who realizes this boy here every night, and nobody talked to him. And so of course, my husband come to me. You know, I'm like, I said, well, he's just finishing out school. They just had a couple of, they just had this month of school left. Cool. I talked my husband into it being okay. Then school let out, and little boy's still there. The summer's going through, and he's still there. Fucking school done started up again, yo. And now that's when I opened my mouth. Now, I think they're out of school for the summer for 2 months. He was already at my school the last month of school. And now this boy has started school again. And this time, though, when he come home, when he go to school, the beginning of his senior year, I see him come with some paperwork. He uses my address as the address. And that's when I had to put my foot down. My husband had been telling me to put my foot down the whole time. And I just was letting it go. I'm like, it ain't no big deal. It ain't no big deal. He ain't harming nothing, no shit like that, right? So cool. But now he's using my address as his address. See, he can't do that shit. No, you can't do that. So I didn't say, hey, um, I don't know what's going on right now, but I need to talk to your parents. If you're gonna be staying here, you know, I need to talk to your parents. I didn't tell him he couldn't stay. I need to talk to your parents. I need to find out what's going on. Like maybe they're in a predicament where he need to be somewhere, and I would allow him to stay there. But now it's time to talk to parents. How the fuck your kids live with me all summer, and you ain't even say boo to me? In fact, I ain't never even had a conversation with his parents ever in my life. Like they ain't never said hi, bitch. You a hoe. Like we ain't never had conversation. I knew who they were because they lived like 3-4 doors down from me, right? I knew who all their children were because everybody in the whole fucking neighborhood, either was in my dance class or in my nonprofit, the homework club. I took them on trips and shit like that. Everybody in the neighborhood knows me. I know all the fucking kids and all the people know me, but I don't know all the adults. But anyway, long story short, I say, hey, I need to talk to your parents. And you know what? Their fucking parents. Now I took care of your son, even though he's a young man, right? This was his senior year, so already he's up there in age, you know. And so it wasn't like he was a child that I gotta feed and breastfeed and all that shit. But he lives in my house. So I say, hey, I need to talk to your parents. So a week go by, no parents. Then I say, hey, I need to talk to your parents. I think he tell his parents, them motherfuckers don't want to talk, yo. Like, what you mean, yo? Like, they don't want to talk. So you know what they do? He just moves out. But let me tell you what they did on their parting ways, though. So on parting ways from my house, after him staying with me for all those months, the motherfuckers come and rob me, yo. Woo! They came in and robbed me. Yes, they did. And I don't know why they don't know that we know that it was them. The dad himself breaks through our window and comes in while on during a holiday. We go by my mother-in-law's house, one of them dreadful holidays when I used to go over there. Um, they break in and steal my son's video games and shit. We know before when people would break in my house, there would be kids, and it would be my kids' friends. They knew exactly what they were coming to get. They would come in, and you could tell they was kids, right? One time they got caught in my house red-handedly. We went to Louisiana on vacation, and them motherfuckers broke in my house, the kids, and was sitting there watching TV. Their parents, the woman, the parent that I'm talking about who wouldn't even talk to me, even their kids was involved in this shit. To where the mother saw her kids in my house and told them to get out. And they told her to fuck off. One of her sons told her to fuck off, and they stayed in my house. They ended up calling, she the one who called the police on her own kids. And they all got caught sitting in the living room, eating on the snacks, watching fucking TV, baby. We in Louisiana and all this shit going down. Okay. And when we get back, oh man, I'm trying to tell you, black folks is the funniest motherfuckers. Because here I am, the person who, where all the kids could come, whether they needed food, drink, it don't matter what the fuck they needed. They could come to my house. They stayed weekends at my house. You know what I mean? Birthday parties, all kinds of shit at my house. Like I said, I ain't know much of their parents. I would see who their parent was by passing. Some of them would even speak. A lot of them, they didn't speak, right? And when them motherfuckers kids broke in my house, they wasn't in high school. They was in middle school when this happened, right? It was in middle school. When them motherfucker kids broke in my house, one of the parents who we used to take this little boy fishing with us, fishing tournaments. When we go to the drive-in movie, they fucking kids would come with us. Like that. That's how close I was to their kids. Their real mother was in jail. They were living with their grandmother. And I had no problem, me nor my husband, had no problem doing this because we knew, their predicament. Them motherfucking kids used to ride with us like they were my kids. Okay. And they kids was in their house when they broke in my house. Now, mind you, they were young. They were all elementary school, right? I think they were maybe like 5th grade when this happened. So, of course, we know they kids. Kids be kids. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like it, but I wouldn't have held it against the kids. So, the kids who we used to take with us everywhere was in my house when they broke in their house. When we got back from Louisiana, the fucking grandmother up and moved off the street onto another house on another street, baby. And she would never talk to us. We was trying to get the parents together so we can have a conversation with each other and with the kids. So there would be no police involvement. These motherfuckers didn't even want to. They didn't care, right? Now they got to understand. I want y'all to know this. When that shit went down in my house, I was in Louisiana. I didn't call the police because I didn't even know what was going on. I didn't have nothing to do with the case at all. They didn't need us for shit because we wasn't even a witness to nothing because we wasn't there. So, you know what I mean? I found out years later that the mother, like we almost was about to fight in the streets when these motherfucking kids was in high school. This shit happened when they was middle school. I'm walking and, I was fussing with somebody next door, right? It had to do with a basketball, one of my son's basketball. And they ended up moving right next door to this woman. And the grandmother comes out and says, yeah, she called the police on my kids when they were young. And I look at her and first I didn't put it two and two together. I didn't realize who this bitch was, right? I'm looking at her, I'm like, what? I said, wait a minute. Your fucking kids who used to be everywhere with me and my family broke in my fucking house and you blaming me? I said, I wasn't even in the fucking state when that shit happened. So no, I ain't never press no charges. We ain't know whatever happened in that case. You know, black people don't give a fuck. The police come out, take a little report. That's it. We wasn't even there for no report because we wasn't in the state. We never, the other times when people broke in our house, nothing ever came of that. So we figured nothing come from this. You right? We had insurance on the shit that they broke. They broke a window. The next day the window got broke. I told you they was kids, so all they was doing was eating snacks and looking at TV. So they didn't really, you know what I'm saying? They took some DVDs or CDs. No, DVDs. They took DVDs and that's it. They was eating snacks. They took some DVDs and they broke that window. And nobody held that shit against them. But this fucking grown ass woman who, by the way, was a grandmother. She's older than me. Okay. Had the fucking nerve, damn here, 10 years later to bring that shit up and make it seem like I did something to her grandkid. No, your fucking grandkid still today is a criminal. You know why your grandkid's a criminal? Because back then you didn't whip his ass when he did something. You upped and protected him. You could protect your kids because I'm going to protect mine. But I'm going to whip ass, baby. You see what I'm saying? Because I never wanted my kids to steal from nobody. I didn't want them to be criminals. You know what I'm saying? You had to stop that shit. My kids used to run with them kids, and I had to let them know, babe, no. You, first of all, you ain't got to steal shit because as soon as you want something, all you got to do is tell your mommy and your daddy. I used to say, don't we give you what you want? Yep. We get most definitely give you what you need, right? Yeah, I had conversations with my young black sons like this all the while they were growing up because they was growing up with people who didn't have and who was stealing. And I let them know, you ain't got to steal and I better not catch your ass stealing. Okay, listen, it's hard raising kids because it's almost like you're not the only one who influence your children. Your children are mostly influenced by their peers. So I can't control other people's kids. But you goddamn well know I'm going to control my fucking kids. Okay? I'm going to control them. And I'm going to let everything they see, I'm going to use that not against them. I'm going to use it as a learning tool. I'm not whipping their ass because their friends are stealing. I couldn't keep them from being friends with people because I'm not with them every moment of the day. And the more I try to keep them from being friends with them, the more they're going to want to be friends. I'm dealing with boys. Boys, you know what I'm saying? They want to be grown even before they're grown. They knew their friends were stealing from them, and still my sons would befriend them. So, you know what I'm saying? They were young. So we didn't call them stupid or anything, but we would be like, hey, baby, you know, friends don't steal from friends. Not like this. So when they became a certain age, though, see, when it was high school and that one boy, when his father came and stole after he stayed with me for months, my sons haven't fucked with them since. That happened damn here. Wait, high school. It was who was a senior? None of them was a senior. That happened almost 10 years ago. Maybe 10 years ago. Still, yet you don't talk to them kids. See, because you got to let people see things for themselves. But you could still point that shit out. Okay? You point it out. You whisper in their ear. Hey, you ain't got to steal. Hey, your mama and daddy work. Hey, your mama doing a lot of shit that other parents don't do to make sure you got what you got. You ain't got to steal. You ain't got to steal, baby. I know, you see your friends stealing. You ain't got to steal. If you see them doing something, walk your ass out of there. Then I was bolder than a motherfucker. Let me tell you something I did with my kids. So I knew they kids, some of their friends were thieves. I knew this, right? Because they stole from me. So I would take my kids. We had a corner store in our neighborhood. Then we had some big stores. But see, I'm liked by every fucking body. Everybody know me. They got the corner store in the neighborhood. I used to work with them, right? I used to work with them. They used to donate to the nonprofit. You know, I used to get them to do different things. We was cool, the owners and everybody who even worked there. But when I take my kids in there, they knew my kids, but they knew that my kids' friends were thieves. So I walked to the corner store with my sons, right? My sons, we just going to buy some shit. And I'm talking to the owner, right? I say, hey, you see these two boys right here? These are my sons. I say, so if they need something, because, you know, my sons will play at the park and they might want to get a drink or something. I said, if they need something and they don't have any money, I said, give it to them and write that shit down. And when you see me, tell me how much I owe. I said, but nothing over $10. I said, okay, once they go over $10, I said, here's my number, call me. So that means I'm telling my sons, hey, you know, if you're at the park and your friends get a drink or something, y'all run here. I want them to know my sons could buy it. You know what I'm saying? And I gave them both $10. You could spend 10, he could spend 10. You know, if it's over that, then you call me to get approval. And the dude would cool with that. And also, let me tell you what else I told him. I said, and if you see these two and they looking like they stealing some shit, I said, you have the permission to whip their ass. And I called my sons to the front. I said, see, this one is mine and this one is mine. I said, you, and I did that mostly for my sons, right? I really wasn't telling this man to really whip my son's ass because I knew he wasn't going to do that. You see what I'm saying? Because it's illegal to really whip ass like that. But I was letting my sons know that, hey, this man right here, he has permission to tell you what to do and not to do while you're in the store. I did that because I don't want nobody calling me talking about my son's in the back of a police car for stealing some shit that I could buy, that I could pay for. You understand? Because it's a setup for some of these black kids. That man started putting pictures of people on his window. Like they might not catch you stealing, like right then and there, but these kids are dumb. They had cameras around this store. The man would post a picture of the fucking kids on his door at the point in which the kids stole some shit. He would have a picture of them actually taking it. That's embarrassing. My kid's not gonna be on that wall. See, I let my kids know if ever see a picture of you all here, we whipping your ass. In fact, you see, I'm the ass whipper, but they used to think that my husband was. We even had a conversation. I had a conversation with my sons like a couple of weeks ago. We was talking, and my son said, "Mom," he said, "Yeah, I always was scared of Dad, but we realized Dad is not the one we had to be scared of." And I was like, yeah. I said, your dad is never the type for you to be scared of, right? My husband is not that type. But I explained to him, I said, I use your dad that way. When y'all was growing up, I would say, hey, your dad, don't make me tell your dad. I said, your dad he's silent, right? He's a dad. Dads don't do what I do. I would run around playing with him, tickling them and shit like that. And their dad didn't do all of that, right? Dad would go out there and throw football with him, watch him play basketball, shit like that with him, right? He would do the manly things with him. I'm the ones mostly with the kids, so y'all know I can't whip no kids' ass when they become a certain height and big. They in high school. You know what I'm saying? By the time I'm whipping their ass, shit, if I had to whip their ass, it would have been bad. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna clunk them in the head with something. Pull out a pistol. I wouldn't want to do that with my kids, right? But I'm the crazy one. My husband's not the crazy one. My husband is very intelligent. He's just not that type of person. But as they were growing up, I made him the boogeyman, baby. I made him the boogeyman. I explained that. Sometimes you got to do that. I said your dad was the boogeyman. In other words, I would say, hey, y'all better wash them dishes. Go wash them dishes. They wouldn't get up to wash them dishes. I said the dishes better be done before your daddy get here. We all know what time the daddy walked through the door. See, my husband might not be a lot of things, but he is prompt, baby. We know what time he get off. And depending on the time it takes to get from wherever he's at to here, my husband walked through that door every night at the same time, properly. That's a fact. Okay. And my sons knew exactly what time their daddy walked through that door. And so I might have told them at 2:30 that they better have them dishes, go wash them dishes, but they might not get in that kitchen until 4:30, knowing that their dad gonna walk through that door at 4:54. By 4:54, by the time their dad is walking through that door, them dishes is already washed. Now, it may have taken them 2 hours to do it, right? But they knew that it better be done by the time their dad get here. Don't make me tell your dad. I'm gonna tell your dad, ooh, we're gonna keep this one from your dad. I used to do that purposely. Hey, we not like if they missed the school bus, you know what I'm saying? I would say, we're not gonna tell your dad you ain't go to school, okay? Or they got suspended. That was one time. It depends on what the situation was. I remember my son. See, I trust my sons. I know they're gonna. I know when they lie, which they mostly never do. I didn't raise my kids to be liars. I didn't raise them. If somebody knock at the door, for them to go and lie to the people at the door. You do know you're teaching your kids to lie when you tell them go tell a person I ain't home. That's why at my door we just don't answer no fucking doors. You know what I'm saying? If I don't want people to know I'm here and I don't want to be bothered, I don't tell my kids to go tell them, Mom not here. I tell them don't answer that fucking door. Still today, people don't answer the door at this house. If you wasn't, listen, if you ain't call and say you on the way, you could just not come to my door. Cause I promise you, nobody's gonna ask you who it is. Cause nobody even give a fuck. We don't know you coming, therefore you ain't coming. That's what that is. It's still like that today because that's how I raised them. I was like, I don't know who that is. So they ain't call ahead of time and boom. So yeah, you can't just knock at my door and get an answer. Okay. The only way that ever happened when you knock at my door and get an answer is we was walking out the door. You happened to just be there. Maybe one of my kids was about to run outside and you was just there. Other than that, even today, the doorbell, I disabled the doorbell on the second and third floor, right? Yes, I did. So only if I'm downstairs can I hear it. And even then, I don't give a shit. Okay? You don't have to use a doorbell if people know you coming. If I know you coming, then I'm looking out for you. I'm making sure. If I know you coming, you could call me on your cell phone and say, I'm here, I'm out front, hey, I'm coming in. If you can't call me to say, hey, I'm about to come in, then motherfucker, you wasn't invited and you can't come in. That's just what it is. I'm sorry. Okay? That's just what it is. I didn't raise them to lie. I didn't teach them to lie because I always knew as soon as I start teaching them to lie, then now I've taught them that lying is okay. If lying is okay, then lying is okay, right? So if I could teach them to lie to that person, my kids could turn around and lie to me. I know when they lie, you know, and then what they do when they don't lie is that they just silent. Like if I say, boy, did you do this? One of my sons will just look at me. he don't say yes or no. He just look. And then he got this little crooked grin, right? And that's what I call, I know when he lying, but like he don't want to say. That's when I know. Okay. We teach our kids how to do things. So you have to also teach your kids how not to be followers. Unfortunately, leaders aren't just born. If that's what you think, that you're wrong. Leaders are created. Leaders form themselves, right? If you, as the parent, if you're a leader and your sons see you leading, then yes, it's possible that they will become leaders, right? It's possible because they follow their parents or the people they see. If you aren't a leader and you happen to be a follower, then most probably you raising followers, and then you have to reprogram them to not be like you. And nothing wrong with being a follower. Everybody can't be a leader. But my sons, especially our Black sons, we need to at least teach them how to be leaders. Even if they end up following, nothing wrong with following. But when it's time for them to have to stand up to lead, then they need to do that. Otherwise, followers who don't know how to lead ends up following the person no matter where they lead them to. Right? And my sons had friends who were a little older than them. So it's easy for an older child, especially a male child, to lead the younger ones. But at some point, your kid needs to understand that where this person is leading me to is not where I want to go. And now you got to stand up. He got to stand up and say he not going. He ain't even got to say shit. Just stand your ass up and go the opposite way. Walk your ass home. Tell them your mama called you. I don't give a fuck. But now you see that these people about to break in this house, you going to get your ass far away from these fools. You not going to want it. You don't want to be no criminal, baby. You want to be a criminal, mama going to teach you how to be a smart motherfucking criminal. You ain't going to be no motherfucker who going to go run in this house knowing you going to get caught. You know what I mean? Fuck out of here, baby. Where you going? Who you following? You following the motherfuckers who keep going to jail? Why would you do that? Why follow people who keep getting caught? What you think, they got smarter from last time they got caught? Fuck no. Okay? They ain't get smarter. They just got out of jail. And they just used to doing what they do. Okay? They think that's the normal shit of going to jail. They take their chances. They feel like they're going to play roulette. What is it called? Russian roulette? Russian roulette. The chances is always that the house going to win. You playing a game that you know that most of the time you're not going to win, right? That's why it's called Russian roulette. The chances of you getting caught is high. Some people think that being black, that's the life though, especially young black males. They think that it's okay. They just going through what black men do, right? You steal, you might get away with it this time, but by the time, you know what I mean, eventually you're going to get caught, and they think that's the normal way. And they're okay when they get caught because they know they're going to be okay in jail. And I look at my sons, I said, your mommy and daddy didn't teach you how to survive in no jail. We taught you how to survive in the real world, outside. You know what I'm saying? That's how we taught. We didn't taught you to be followers where a motherfucker tell you that you got to wake up at 7 in the morning to go to breakfast and then tell you when it's time for you to leave this cafeteria and go to sleep, lights out. We didn't teach you that, right? Let me see. Let's see. I've seen Bomb Husband. He a giant. Hey, Ricks, how you doing? Chef, how you doing? They go to jail to get pussy when they get out. They go to jail to get pussy when they get out. They might go to jail to get pussy when they get out, but while they in, they getting a whole lot of dick. You see what I'm saying? They getting a whole, so I don't know. Like, you know, there's men who, not just men, but I'm focused on men right now, right? Because I'm talking about my sons and boys, right? Raising boys is different than raising girls. And raising boys, I had 2 sons, and I had to treat them both differently, right? There was no one set way. When you're a parent, you have to get to know your children. You know that you might have one who might be a little more sensitive than the other, right? I could say harsher words to one. I could be upfront and blunt with one of my sons. And the other one, I got to pussyfoot a little bit, right? It might be like that. And, you know, because me being upfront and blunt with both of them, I noticed when they were younger, one of them would just start crying for no reason, right? I'm like, I'm going to whip your ass. One of them just looking at me, and the other one started crying. I ain't say nothing differently. I said it the same way to both of them, and I got 2 different reactions. When you're a parent, you realize, you notice these reactions, right? I noticed that, okay, he crying, even though he is younger, he's crying. So, you know, crying is enough though, right? Me telling them I'm gonna whip their ass was a lot. That's all I had to do with most of the time in my parenting was threaten to do something. Threaten to do it. You know what I'm saying? Some people say, well, if you threaten too much and you never have no actions, well, trust and believe my threats were not something I did all the time because they never acted up like that. And when I did threaten, I made it look real. Okay. Go get the belt. You see what I'm saying? Go get the belt. when they started getting a certain age, my husband was the threat. You see, because just imagine, I couldn't imagine. And when they got a certain age, now they like 14 years old. I'm only 4'11". When my kids were like 9, they were taller than me. Okay, now they 14, 15 in high school, and my ass telling them I'm gonna whip their ass. I don't think those words ever came out of my mouth when it was in high school, that I'm gonna whip your ass. I think by then I was like, huh, that's okay, let me call you daddy. See, my husband is 6'4", you know what I'm saying? My husband's damn near 6'4" up there. And me telling him, just looking down on their asses was enough for them. You know what I mean? We wasn't the parents who had to whip them. But it wasn't me telling them no time out neither. Fuck that. I live in the real world with young black boys who gonna be men. And if you think the timeout chair helps young black boys who living in a certain circumstances, seeing certain things in their neighborhood, if you think going in the corner helps or discipline them, hell no. They go in the corner and they start playing video games. Even if they don't have a video game in their head, and they start playing a video game in their minds. Let me tell you something. I think when they were real young, I think I put them in timeout, and my sons was in the timeout rapping. In fact, and they used to, that's when they would take their time and start writing rap songs. I remember when they wanted to be rappers, right? What kind of punishment is that? That's not even punishment, right? And for me, teaching them how to rhyme and things like that, like I do with my grandchild, I did that with my kids. That was supposed to be fun. But when you're in timeout, you're not supposed to be having fun. It's not a punishment if you have fun. What's going on, George? But anyway, I just raised my sons differently in the real world. Timeout didn't work. Okay, I learned that long time. Spanking them is something I didn't have to do much, but yes, it worked, right? I may have spanked them. I watched people hit their kids for nothing. Bam, they ain't tell them shit. Boom. You mean to tell me you ain't even gonna ask the child to stop? He should know better. How the fuck he know better if you ain't even telling? How the fuck? I watched people do this shit. You hitting your kids before or while you're telling them what they shouldn't be doing. First, you might say, hey, don't touch shit in this store because I ain't buying shit. Right? Then, at least they know that, hey, if mommy see me touching shit, I'm going to be in trouble. You at least give them that opportunity. I'm telling you, I watch this shit. Kids in the store, kids pick up something, bam. Like you ain't even gonna say, you ain't even gonna tell a kid why he shouldn't be picking up. No, it's that bullshit where, cause I said so. Kids don't know what the fuck that means. Y'all not thinking about kids from a kid's standpoint. You thinking about kids from your standpoint. And y'all, I'm talking about, there's a particular person I'm thinking, but I ain't saying that because it's family member, right? I'm gonna just say that personally, family member, I watch them do these things to their fucking kids, talking about they should know better. If you ain't teach them how they know better, it's almost like telling the kid, you don't tell a kid that the stove is hot. The kid goes over because it sees something glowing and touch it. The kid touched the stove, the kid is burnt, you hollering, should have known better. The fuck, you ain't never tell a kid that shit was hot. Shouldn't be touching shit they don't know. That's how kids learn. Let me tell you something, my grandson, right? Because I noticed I had to reiterate it with not only my son, but my husband as well, right? My grandchild puts things in his mouth. Anything he could reach, anything he could grab, baby, it goes in his mouth. Well, in case some of you don't know, that's how kids his age learn. Kids of his age, they learn through oral. Legitly for real. Okay? They take things and they put it in their mouth. They don't know nothing about eating. They don't remember the first thing they do when they're born is suck, right? You put your nipple, your titty in their mouth, or a bottle in their mouth, a pacifier in their mouth. So that's what they know. Just because they start grabbing for shit don't mean nothing. They still know only that it goes in their mouth. So my grandchild, I make sure that anything around him that he could grab, that is okay to go in his mouth. And it don't matter if it's even if it's a piece of mail. As long as the mail can't hurt him, then if he put it in his mouth, I don't take it from him and scold him. You know what I'm saying? I look at him on it. I make sure it's nothing that he can really tear, because he don't have no teeth anyway, right? So he can't bite it. And I'm making sure that there's nothing that could go in his mouth and go down his throat. But yes, if he grabbed this bottle here, right? Water bottle, he put it in his mouth. I don't take it from him. I look at it. He can't harm himself with it, so he could keep it, right? Long as there's nothing that he can harm himself with, forks and spoons and pencils and shit like that. You don't let him. He grabs my phone, my cell phone, and put it in his mouth. And they be like, "He got your phone?" Be like, "Okay, he got it." He learning, because that's all they know. If you go back to it and pay attention, that's all children know. Children know is, hey, as soon as I came out of my mother's womb, they put something in my mouth. Today I got something in my mouth. They don't understand that they eating. Y'all do know when they suck in a bottle, they just know, hey, they suckle, you know, their stomach's full. Bam. That's all they know. As they get older, you start explaining things to them. You can't explain it. I can't explain shit to a 6-month-old. What I'm gonna explain? He don't know what the hell I'm talking about. The only thing I can explain is my emotions, right? We got some people I saw. I don't want to say no names, y'all. Family member. Let's just put this. When the baby, I ain't gonna say whether it's male, female, what. Okay, I'm gonna just say that when the baby was an infant, couldn't speak, no teeth, screaming at the baby. Stop! What the fuck is you screaming at a baby for? It don't matter if you saying stop or not. All that baby knows is that it heard a loud sound that scared it. It don't know what stop mean, but it starts to learn your voice, right? And your tension in your voice, the loudness of your voice. They start realizing as they get a little older and older that mommy screams. Well, mommy screams is something I don't like, and it must be something I'm doing that they don't like. They start associating shit like that as they get a little older and older and older, right? But they don't know what the fuck you talk about. So why is you screaming? So me telling even my grandchild to stop, he wouldn't know what that mean, yo. Okay. Now, so what I do, I give him a look. I smile, right, for the things that is okay. The things that I might be like I'm wanting to learn that no, like you can't have that. Then I look at him and I'm not smiling at him, but I'm also not yelling at him. He don't know nothing about that. That's just gonna frighten him, right? They learn cues. They understand our tones of our voices and stuff way before they even start learning what words mean. I'm telling y'all, I've seen some shit, and it's hard teaching or trying to explain shit to young parents who already have a kid, because they think as soon as that baby came out of them, that makes them great parents, and you can't tell them what to do. That's my baby. I do what I want. Okay, bitch. You know what I mean? Do what you do. I'm gonna just say this. I have somebody in my family so scared. Before she was 2 years old, she was so afraid of her parent. I said she goddamn. See, I can't say the sex, because when I say the sex, it almost, family members can tell who that I'm talking about them, right? Oh damn. But anyway, I'm gonna just say that the baby, who was now about 2 years old, a toddler, was walking on eggshells. As soon as the mom would say something, the baby was jumping. And I noticed this shit. I was like, damn. Like, what? She talked about the baby. Look, she talked about that baby since the baby was a baby. Like I'm gonna have to tell her, oh, she's pretty. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying she's pretty. She calling her own, calling the baby ugly. Man, I'm telling you, boy, I watched, man, let me tell you something. You can't be having no fucking kids that look like you, and then you calling the baby ugly. The baby look like you. That's when you know when people have self issues. The self, right? Because I promise you that baby look just like the mother. Okay, baby looked just like the mother, like as if she spit the baby out, which she did. She spit the baby out, but calling the baby ugly, it broke my heart. It broke my heart. Okay, for me to call social services on somebody, let me tell you something. That's not easy. I would never do nothing like that just to get back at somebody because I want to harm somebody. But if I feel like the child is in danger, you understand? Both physically and mentally. I'm sorry, there comes a time where family is family, but that's my family, right? One of you can speak for yourself and the other one can't. One of you can speak for yourself. You grown. You know what I'm saying? You grown. You can do what you want. The other one can't. The other one look like it's living in fear. And nobody, and then I watch other family members watch this shit. Let me tell you something. Some of these motherfuckers in my family, baby, let me tell you something. They can't tell me not a fucking thing. They judge me, bitch, judge me. What? I raised mine. You see what I'm saying? I raised mine. That's not a night, day, or no time. Nobody in my family could say that they raised my kids. In fact, if y'all listen to a call by somebody, right? They even mentioned she raised them. You motherfucking right. I raised them. But what I tell you, who didn't raise theirs? See, she wanted to raise mine like she raised her daughters. But nah, bitch. See, I'm a woman. You see what I'm saying? I had kids because I wanted kids. See, I didn't have kids. I was married 5 years before we got pregnant. Not before we was able to get pregnant. See, because I've been fertile, baby. Listen, I come from a fertile family. You understand what I'm saying? I come from a fertile family. I'm always was fertile, but I was smart. You see, we was young. We both in the military. I didn't want a baby right away. I wanted to make sure the man I'm with is the person I'm gonna have kids with. You see what I'm saying? And let me tell you something. I made him do some things before I gave him his first child. I'm telling you, listen, I wasn't that bitch, baby. I wasn't that bitch you're gonna be caught out there just talking about I'm pregnant, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Fuck out of here. By the time I got pregnant for my man who I was married 5 years, I promise you, he had already signed papers of child support. See, I wasn't that bitch to be played with. I saw what was going on. I watched my friends having babies, you know what I'm saying? And the men not being a part of that. I'm not going through that. Now, I trusted my husband enough to marry him, and I trusted him enough also to be a father, but there was some things, some little signs that would kind of have me worried because I realized, wait a minute, there's no promises. So yeah, you're going to sign this paper right here, but hey, you're going to sign this. And this is not going to come into effect unless some shit go down. So you're going to sign it. We're going to go get it notarized. And then we're going to put it safely away in my paperwork. And it don't never have to come out unless it has to come out. Right? So my husband signed a child support paper promising me so much money even before we got pregnant. You motherfucking right. People like, oh, wow, why would you do that? Listen, there's no promises in this motherfucking world, right? We already know what we watch some of these men do. Me being married to this man doesn't make it no more of a fucking promise. Okay? And I think he kind of liked the idea, right? Because he know now he's with a woman who gonna make sure that his child gets taken care of. He with a woman who thinking about the child even before we have children. So he ain't had no problem. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I was holding their hostage. I was like, hey, you know, we want this, we want that, right? We want to make sure, hey, before I give you your sons, and I didn't know whether they're gonna be boys and girls. I didn't know none of that. But I'm like, you want to have your sons, you want to have the best, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this together. Okay, here, sign that. Fuck out of here. I don't know how people work ass backwards. I'm for real. Like, this shit didn't used to be this way. People just parenting on the fly. It's almost like you ain't even think about being a parent. And then boom, you're pregnant. And then now you think about being a parent. It's way too late. But you could still be a good parent. But I don't think people really, when you having sex, you're not really thinking about the consequences, right? And by the time it's too late, now what the hell? Little girls having babies instead of having baby dolls. Buy these young girls these fucking baby dolls, baby. Okay? Buy them baby dolls so they can play with these baby dolls and so they won't have to be worried about having no baby. And then they got some good technology babies out there, the babies that be peeing and shit and shitting. That's the ones you get them. And if they don't want to change that pamper as soon as that baby done peed, you let them know you're not ready to be a real parent, right? Because the baby cannot be sitting in shit all day. It might be able to sit in I watch kids in pissy diapers. The baby diaper's so full, the damn diaper is sagging off the baby's ass as if he's walking in the streets in some saggy jeans. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking to myself, who, what, where, why in the fuck is that baby in that wet ass pamper? These pampers can hold a lot of liquid. That's true. Okay? It's true, but it shouldn't be that way. Get that sag ass pamper off that baby. And on top of that, how in the fuck that baby walking and running for 300 mile? You know what I'm saying? This baby running 300 miles and that baby in a pamper. If that baby is eating pork chops, you see what I'm saying, with a fork by its motherfucking self, then that baby should not be in no pampers, baby. By the time that baby is walking, you don't understand what I'm saying? By the time a baby is walking, a child is walking, it used to be where those children was then start learning to be potty trained. I watch a 5-year-old in some motherfucking pull-ups. The fuck pull-ups is not older than me. I remember when pull-ups came out. Before pull-ups, baby, motherfuckers was in drawers. You understand me? When the kids was too old for Pampers, they wasn't moving to a fancier pamper. They was moving from Pampers to underwear. For you to go to underwear, that means you potty trained. These lazy ass motherfucking parents, instead of when your child is too big for a fucking pamper, then you don't put them in no pull-up. The fuck? You put them in drawers. You at night you put the underwear on them and you put that plastic pair of underwear on. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Now the reason the plastic is there is so if the child makes an accident, boo-boos happen, right? In training, boo-boos happen. But you want them to know that when they make a boo-boo, you want them to know that they made a boo-boo. You want them to feel it. Where they don't like feeling wet, now they're gonna get their asses up. That's how they get potty trained quicker. Y'all put them in pull-ups. The pull-ups is like a pamper. They could piss 100 times in it. So they ain't never even in no rush to really get to no toilet and learning how to pee because y'all ass and took them from a goddamn baby pamper to a grown folk pamper. If it was up to some of y'all motherfuckers, y'all would get them in some adult pampers because you still don't want to train your babies right. What the? I don't pull-ups. Y'all do understand what pull-ups is. Pull-ups is a pamper. Yeah, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, right? So just imagine when your kid shit in a pull-up. Now you gonna take your grown, you gonna wipe this grown ass baby's ass like it's a baby. This baby eating the same thing you eating. It might have diarrhea one day. It might do out some lows the other day. Your ass, instead of teaching this baby to go use the bathroom, you're going to put him in a pull-up and then you don't even want to wipe their ass. I ain't wiping no 5-year-old ass. I'm gonna tell you that right now. As soon as my grandchild start walking, being able to eat certain foods, sit at a table, if he can get in and out of a goddamn stroller by his goddamn self, baby, that means, listen, if he's smart enough to get in and out of a stroller so he could go bye-bye with his mom, then his ass can most definitely understand that that is the toilet. When you got the wee, then you pull it out. You know what I'm saying? Or in the beginning, little boys is a little difficult. They sit first, right? You teach them to sit down because, you know, they can sit down a little potty training thing. Okay. If his ass can go in the kitchen and sit, or go in the refrigerator and get his own bottle, his ass could be potty trained. Y'all better stop this shit. Hey, Jen Marie, how you doing, sister? People abuse people, especially babies and little children, are disgusting. You right about that. And no hypocrite, what's going on? Y'all, it's crazy, y'all. Listen, my grandchild, my children, even children, you know, I raised children even before my children. I consider myself to have raised my little sister, right? Not raise her, but I was right there. You know, I was a teenager, teenager sister. I was a teen when my sister was born. And my mom never made it seem like my sister was mine, never, right? But of course, we were there to be able to help. My mother never insisted that we change Pampers. In fact, I don't even remember really changing many of my sister's Pampers unless she was with me. You know what I mean? If she was with me. Like I said, I was a teenager. I used to take my little sister on dates with me. Some boy who maybe he asked me on a date, I really like him like that. You know what I mean? And I would say, hey, you know, my little sister coming with, I would get all dressed up all pretty and shit with her pigtails and shit. And my little sister would go on dates with me. Back then, you know, maybe it was me being bold, but I'm a bold bitch. I was always been bold. In other words, even if she was mine, if somebody asked me out, I'll be like, hey, look, I got a baby. My baby will be going on first dates. Babies come with you. Some of y'all be like, mommy, can you watch the baby? I got a date. See, if it was my child talking about they got a date and they got a child, well, you better take that baby with you. Why are you hiding the baby? What you trying to go get? You trying to go get some more dick so you can have another baby? You take that baby with you so that young man can know what it's gonna be like dating you. And what's wrong with that? If you go into the movies, why you can't take the baby? Now, if you go into a club, that's a whole nother thing. And why would you go to a club on a date, first date anyway? First date to me, young ladies, should be as bold as he is asking you out on a date, as bold as you was to accept that date. If you have children, especially young ones, you should be upfront and with him. Hey, you want to go on a date? Okay. You know, let's go out for some ice cream and stuff. And by the way, I have a daughter. She's going to be coming with us. And if he can't accept that he going to take you to the ice cream parlor and buy you and your daughter an ice cream cone, if he can't deal with that, then that lets you know that he is not the date for you. That's how you wing out the ones. And that's the real shit. You wing out the ones who not really, see, it don't make no sense to go into a relationship faking the funk. You got a child who gonna mostly be on your hip, right? Because the baby's still young and it's gonna be hard for you to get daycare. You don't always want daycare, right? And the baby is a good age and y'all could go on fun dates with the child. Now the adult dates is different, right? The dates that where you go to maybe a club, an event where you don't take the baby. But the first dates should be those simple dates, and those simple dates should be with your child if you have one. Then shit all out in the open. You can see him, how he handles the child, or whether he don't handle the child. You know what I mean? How he talks to the child. You can get all that shit out the way on the first fucking date. He okay with it because he ain't have to spend $100, right? He just took you for ice cream. You know what I'm saying? Maybe to take y'all to Chuck E. Cheese or some shit, something like that. And y'all had fun and a time to talk and shit like that. Y'all be expecting these men to then become daddies even though in the beginning you acted like you wasn't even a mommy. You a whole fucking mommy out here trying to hide that you a mommy. If you are a mother, then you be proud of that. You let him know right up front. Oh, I have a daughter. He'd be like, that's cool. You see, you make him, you kind of you program him to understand that you are a mother who cares for her child. And if he wants to be with you, he needs to understand that. But see, y'all tricking these men, and these men know it. And on top of that, you ain't holding him responsible, right? He willing to take you out so he can get some pussy. He don't even want to think about that child. He wants to take you out. If he decline the date because you say you got a child that got to come with you, then you need to X his ass out right away. Because all he wants is pussy. Now, if you want to just give him your pussy, that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, but don't complain that there ain't no good men out here. Because I promise you, these men are treating you the way you allow it. You actually are setting up the stage for how they treat you. That's some real shit. I can't tell you no more. You setting the stage. If you're a single woman, then you ain't got to worry about none of that. But still, as a single woman, you still setting the stage for how he treats you. You probably don't realize it, right? You set the lighting, you set the mood, right? So when he walks in on the floor of the theater, right? When he walks on stage, which you consider it your stage, when he walks on stage to be with you, you set the tone of everything. These men are looking, they just as insecure as you are, they looking for cues on how to treat you. They don't know whether if you're going to agree to this or that. They go on with the flow. You set cues. You telling them how to treat you. That's why one man, he'll treat this woman differently than he treat you. You think he ain't shit, but that woman thinks he's the best. He's treating her like a queen. He treats you like like the side chick. Well, the reason that is because you gave him permission to treat you like the side chick. You acted like the side chick. You see? You let him come over late at night. He never got to come over in daytime. You cool with him sneaking over. You cool with him coming at odd hours. You never ask him why he don't come over broad daylight, why he not taking you out to lunch, why it's always midnight. Well, it's midnight, so you understand that you the midnight chick. You see? You the midnight. You the chick he called at midnight. He probably was out in the club trying to get with every other girl. And when he didn't get with none of them, he called you, his backup. You his midnight chick. You see? He knows he gonna go out. He gonna go out with his fellas. They gonna hit on all the girls. He gonna give out his numbers to several women, whoever accept them. He gonna give them. And then he's still gonna be cool. You know why? Because he gonna know he's gonna be able to come knock at your door at midnight, 1:00. See, so in the grand scheme of things, you allow him to fish for the right woman when you just gonna be the right now woman. And you think that through time, eventually he might like you. But nah, that's not what's happening. See, you already gave him his position. You gave your position. You already told him what your character is in this play. And your character happens to be the woman he could come to when he can't get another one. And that's real. Okay, you go in there as the strong women. Some of y'all are strong in business. When you don't really like a dude, you see how that power you have, where you could be like no, or you could say what's on your mind. When y'all see somebody y'all like, y'all get all giddy and change. But see, that is the problem, because you like this dude, you change it up. You don't even let him see the real you. When you with that dude, when this is some dude you don't care about, you the real you. You know, that's you. You strong-minded. Nothing wrong with none of this. Nothing wrong with none of this. You being strong-minded, opinionated, you know what I'm saying? A go-getter, baby. Nothing wrong with none of that. The problem is, why is it when you start looking for a man, Why don't you show that? You know why you don't show it? Because you think it's gonna run him away. But see, he sees that you being fake and phony. He sees it. You can't hide who you are from people all the time. Okay? I'm just saying. Chef said the dating game seems bugged out back then and bugged out now. I'm going to tell my son get money. Chef, that's what it is though, babe. It's a game. You gonna either play to win or you gonna get played. And it's always been that way. Like, think about it. It's always been that way. Even if you think about your relationship with your wife, because I know you're married, right? And I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, so don't take it disrespectful when I use the word play. But think about it. You had some game in pulling that woman. Now that was you had a plan, should I say? Okay, so we could use words, we could use semantics, right? I could call it a game, and you could call it a plan. Well, a plan is something that you put in play, right? You planned it. Well, a game is the same thing, right? If you're gonna play a game, especially if you're playing to win, you put things in motion, you plan it out. So I'm using the words, they the same thing, right? So some of y'all don't like the word life is a game. Okay, life is a game, right? If you want to win it. Or I can use the word, you could plan your life if you want to win. You want to be successful, you got to be a plan in place. Okay? And it don't matter if you're playing checkers, chess, like motherfuckers, I heard people, they think they clever. Oh, they playing checkers and I'm playing chess. Well, let's think about what you said, right? So you as the woman, you playing checkers or chess. It don't matter which one, right? Let's say you playing the most difficult one, which both of them are difficult if you don't know how to play, right? Which people like to just think that chess is hard. Chess is only hard to those who don't play it. To those of us who do play chess, it's not as difficult. It's not more difficult than checkers. Because if you don't know how to play checkers, you losing still. See, I know how to play both. So it don't matter, right? But this is the plot. Okay, let's say you playing chess, the other person playing checkers. That just means y'all not even on the same board. Neither one of you gonna win. In fact, you shouldn't even be together. You not even on. It's almost like you saying you playing basketball and the person you playing against is swimming. The fuck? It's like saying, okay, putting apples and oranges together. They might be the same fruit, right? They're fruit, which means they in the same thing of games, but how could you compare apples and oranges, right? Apples taste like apples and oranges taste like oranges. Well, it's the same thing. You playing checkers. Why are you playing against somebody who playing chess? Almost the thing is you playing basketball, and while you dunking on somebody, the motherfucker's in a pool swimming. You see, they on the swim team and you playing against them, but you playing basketball. They both sports, right? How can you compare them? How could you play against somebody who played a different game than you? That means you lose all the way around. You was a loser because you chose somebody who not even playing the same sport you play. So this thing called dating, whether it was back then or today, it's no different. It's no different for those of those of us who are winning at what we are playing. It don't matter if it was back then or now. You played the game to win. Would I consider myself to be a winner? You're fucking right, right? I have the man that I chose, and I've been able to keep him for as long as I wanted him. And since I still want him, I'm able to still keep him. Now, if I didn't no longer want him, then of course that'll be another thing, and then we'll get rid of him. But I'm a winner, and would I consider him to be a winner? Yes, he would be a winner too, because he is the same as I. I'm not saying I'm better than him. He chose me just like I chose him. He apparently wanted to be with me continuously because he continues to be with me. Right? So we've had our family and we raised them together. And within this game, we've had different positions to play. My position was the position of being the mother, the wife, the nurturer, right? The educating on the level in which I can. I can't teach things I don't know. And that's when he would come and he would teach the things he knew. That makes my children well-rounded. They learn from their mother and their father, right? And on top of that, they went outside and was able to gather what they needed for the outside world from others. That's what they learned. They learned that, hey, learning is something that you do every day, and you can learn from any and everybody. It's how you live, how you adapt and how you use the things that you learn in your everyday life to, I don't know, to just survive. Man, everybody, I was never the one who was trying to be wealthy. So today it is a different day, right? Today everybody want to be noticed and everybody want to be famous and everybody want to be wealthy and it looks like it's attainable. Okay? Back then you just wanted to have a nice family, a nice home, you just want a nice car, you know, it was basic things like that. Today people want more because for some reason they think it's attainable, more easily attainable. So they're looking at these famous people with millions of dollars and thinking they can have what they have. Now I'm not saying that you can't have what they have, but if you do want what they have, you're gonna have to come up with a plan, a game plan. Sorry. And if you don't have a game plan and you out in motion, like you fully putting it in play, then I'm sorry, you just gonna keep living as if you can attain something that you're not never gonna obtain. I think that's the difference between now, my generation, and this millennial generation, is that we understand that certain things just aren't attainable. Okay, we understand that there's things in play to make it such. And we have a group of people who are blinded to that because y'all still young. You still feel like, hey, I can work to get it. I just gotta work, 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 work. You know, nobody sat you down and say, hey, you do understand this world is filled with workers. And that's all you're gonna ever do is just work, 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 work. In between, you may be able to have some fun. Then you're gonna have to work, 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 just so you can have some more fun. You're going to work, 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 work. It's like we cattle. We go here, we go there, we working for somebody, and then eventually you might be able to go off and have a 7-day vacation just to come back and hustle hard to make other people rich. I think that's the difference. I wasn't looking at Michael Jackson on TV and look at the great things he was doing and living how he was living and thinking for a moment I could act like I could get that. Fuck, I can't get that unless I get lucky or put a game, put a plan in place and shoot for the stars. Understanding that I can always fall on my ass, get back up and do it again. But that's what everybody been doing from the beginning. My generation, this generation, is all the same. I think that's my husband coming in. It is about that time. Like I said, if he ain't nothing, baby, he's prompt. I can tell you that. My husband might not be, he might be a many things, okay? But most definitely he's prompt. He gets off at a certain time, he walks through that door. Basically, exactly 10 minutes later. Unless I say, hey, babe, can you go to the store? Which I hope he has, because I do need a soda. Damn, I should have called him. I was supposed to be going to the store. I ain't never put on no goddamn clothes. Let me look at the screen and see. Sound like two people came through the door. I gotta see. Oh, he gonna be. I ain't cooked, but we do have leftovers from yesterday, so I'm good. Okay. Sunday dinner is still being served. Let me ask him. Hey, babe, you good? You never told me if we needed rice or not. Oh, right? Okay. You gonna put it on right down there? You want me to come down? Huh? Okay, I'm coming. Oh yeah. See, I asked him because he's just coming home from work, so he shouldn't have to cook. Which, if it's his fault, y'all, because before he went to work, right, to his second job, I said, "Hey, babe, I did. Oh, thank you for my soda. I did ask you about the rice, remember? And you didn't tell me. That's right. So it's not my fault, baby. It's not my fault. Oh, you hungry? Okay, I'm gonna make it now then. I can open this and take my medicine first. What you going down? Huh? Oh, okay. I'm gonna go down. Give me a second. I was supposed to be going to the store. But I never made out. What they saying? What's the report on the closing schools and all that? Hey, boy, I'm up on the calls. Thank you, baby. Thank you. You bought me a soda too. Everybody buy me sodas, baby. No, he ain't give me nothing. Thank you, baby. How my baby doing? He doing good? Better? I'm gonna call in and see. You need something? His cold, remember? Remember yesterday I was freaking out. Yeah. Like it's just the grandmother and me, the parent and me, getting this thing in the news with the coronavirus, and then all of a sudden my baby just get a cold out of nowhere, And I started thinking, oh my God, I started thinking about everything. I'm like, oh my God, I can't go through this again. Can't lose nobody else. Seems like every week somebody dying. Uh-huh. But that's what I was thinking about. So I'm gonna go put this rice on. I'm gonna take this with me. Even I'm sniffling now, which isn't isn't unusual since remember I was giving him some of my drink. So of course I'm gonna catch this cold. You unplug that for me? I was talking about relationships, marriage and dating. Do you think, well, you wouldn't know, but what you think about today's dating versus our dating? Because these young people think it was different. You think it was different today, and dating wasn't real like it was easy. I think they think it should be easy where somebody just gonna fall in your lap, right? And they don't know that it's like a game. Like I explained to them that, even us getting together, right? It, something we like about each other, and you shot, right? It's not like I just fell in your lap, like you just like I was just there, right? Anyway, open the door from there. Okay. Whoa, you went to Wawa without telling me, huh? Ain't that something? But you ain't, I ain't say that you had buy me something. I said you didn't tell me you was going to Wawa. I would have liked 2 sandwiches, 2 for $4. 2 for $4. But I like breakfast sandwiches. Don't they make them to order at late? Or they just do them in the morning? I thought they do them to order. Like if I ordered it, shit. I like their breakfast sandwiches. Oh Lord, my kitchen. I ain't been down here. Well, I was down here yesterday and I did do a quick. Oh, that's right. I did cook. And I didn't come downstairs and clean it up, y'all. Because I had my grandson, and man, I'm telling you, my house has not been the same. What's wrong, man? Okay, come on. He's not up now. My life has not been the same since my grandchild come around. Okay. He keeps me busy. And wait a minute. Why you made something? We had dinner. Did you eat last night? Oh, didn't know we had leftovers. I know y'all ate because all the legs are gone. But still got these thighs in. And lots of gravy. I cooked it in a pressure cooker last night. That's how I got cooked. So last night I cooked dinner, right? And I cooked it in a pressure cooker. Pressure cooker. The old fashioned. I don't have a new version of a pressure cooker. I have that old fashioned pressure cooker. I'll wait for him. Oh, you eat sandwiches when they come from the store. You know that's just some toasted bread with some meat between it. You know what I'm saying? Why you don't make a sandwich at home? Why you go buy a sandwich? I ain't never heard this. This is some bullshit. You millennials are y'all something wrong with y'all. Okay. So let me explain this. My son, that son, not my sons, right? Because like I said, I got two sons and they both are completely different. That son won't eat a sandwich that's made at home. He used to didn't eat sandwiches at all, okay? But he'll eat a sandwich from Wawa on some toasted bread. It's just a guy, I forget what they call these sandwiches, right? Back in my day, it's just a sandwich, baby, right? You lightly toast some bread. You put some mayonnaise on it, you know what I'm saying? You put your stacks of meat in it, maybe some lettuce and tomato, and bam, that's your sandwich. His ass goes to Wawa and buy that sandwich, same sandwich he can make right here. A basic fucking sandwich. I don't understand it. I buy meat and I don't understand it. Why is it that y'all think that the food is better when you buy it from somewhere else than making it? You can make that sandwich and damn here 10 times for the price he done bought it. Because in fact, it don't cost him anything. I buy the luncheon meat, right, which is usually ham. I usually buy ham. Okay, ham. We all like ham. Back in the day when I was a kid, it was bologna. I think I'm baloneyed out as a kid that I haven't eaten bologna since I've been an adult. I haven't eaten bologna since I've been an adult at all. So that's over 20, 30 years. Okay, 30 years. I haven't eaten bologna in 30 years. But I ate so much bologna when I was a kid. You know, when you fry the bologna and the bologna would puff up and shit, and you punch a hole in it to try to get it to flatten out. You see, that's what I'm talking about. That's that old school bologna. I don't know if the new school bologna acts the same way. Like I said, I ain't had it in 30 years, but I ate so much bologna and luncheon meat. And I always wondered what is luncheon meat? What the fuck is luncheon meat? And then I did the research, and luncheon meat is like the bits and pieces of the meat, right? You end up with the knuckles and the goddamn and the knees and shit of the meat, and they grind it up and they press it into making luncheon meat. Now I ate some luncheon meat. I like luncheon meat. I ain't hating. Did they close restaurants in y'all area? They have closed the one portion of the restaurant. Like if it's a dine-in restaurant, nobody could dine in. But if it's a restaurant where you can order stuff to carry out, then you could do it that way. Or drive-through. You could do drive-through. But yeah, they closed restaurants. Nobody could sit and eat amongst each other. Okay. So what y'all think about if the coronavirus is gonna spread the way they thinking? Why people buying food from restaurants? Suppose somebody who work in a restaurant has the virus. This shit is starting to get. I just have a lot of questions. Right? It's just not making sense. It's not making sense. But like I said, that's nor here nor there. I just need to get me, my family, I want y'all and y'all families just to get through it. You know what I mean? I feel like somewhere in the midst of this shit, it will be revealed at the real purpose. They're gonna have us all on house arrest and shit. what they call it when they give you a curfew. To me, that's house arrest, right? We in America. America with a curfew is like house arrest. It's like they say, hey, you got to be indoors at this time, and if you're not, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, it's going to be revealed, and we need to be prepared for it. Because I'm telling you, y'all, I lived through worse things. I think the AIDS epidemic was probably the worst in history, right? They really believe, I was here when they believed that AIDS could be caught by hand, shaking somebody's hand. I remember when they was thinking about putting all the AIDS patients on an island all by themselves, or putting them in what they call them camps, refugees camps. They was talking about moving all the people with AIDS in their own little area in their neighborhoods and shit. You know what I mean? Far away from the rest of us so we wouldn't catch it. I remember that shit. You know, and it was fearful to me. And then they showed us pictures of um, what his name, Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson was alive when I remember all this shit happening, y'all. You know what I'm saying? As far as I know, on my end, and that's from my recollection, right? I remember really knowing what AIDS was because of Rock Hudson. You know, they would use him as the poster boy of AIDS. You know, when I heard Rock Hudson, I know they was talking about AIDS. When they talked about AIDS, they was always talking about Rock Hudson. Most of y'all probably don't even know who Rock Hudson is. Y'all so young, y'all probably don't even know who that is. So that's what's weird about this, is that more people was dying from AIDS, and they ain't never shut down not a fucking thing. They ain't shut down shit. I never remember no schools being shut down. This shit was so scary. People really, for real. You know, I remember when at first they was considered AIDS to be like a gay man's drug, and I didn't even know what gay meant back then. It was like, oh, it's for the gays, only the gays, only the gays. Then we started hearing women having AIDS, and now they're like, oh shit. Then don't talk about when the women were white women, like white women. Whoo, wait a minute, what? White women being married? How you get AIDS? You ain't gay? I mean, man, I remember all of that shit. And I don't never remember. Maybe I need to, I can't call my mom to ask her. I call one of my aunts and say, hey, remember that AIDS epidemic? Did they shut down shit? I don't remember. I just don't remember. They closed the bologna factory. Y'all, we crazy. Listen. Anyway, I'm gonna put the link up there. I've been in here. I'm gonna be here for a moment. I probably will go shopping. It's just probably in the middle of the night at Walmart. Walmart open 24/7, baby. 24/7. Wait, how do I do this? Put the link in case anybody will come in. But dating back then is not any different than now, right? The women were powerful, right? We thought we were young and had the world was our oyster. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember this shit, man. And I think that's why I can relate to young people. I understand because I remember how I was. You know what I'm saying? I remember, and I'm the generation who directly benefited from, as far as being black, as being black and being able to get different jobs and shit. I remember my mother, like I'm from the generation where I saw where women did a change, right? I'm probably the first generation in my family, my generation, the ones who we could go and work anywhere. We didn't have to be secretaries. We didn't have to be the housekeeper. You see, my parents, though, their generation, yeah, they were the women, and women was barefoot and pregnant, or they were secretaries when they did get jobs. So they, even in school, they taught me typing. Home ec all through elementary. Home ec was all through middle school. And by the time I'm in high school, now they're teaching me typing. You see, y'all generation, y'all coming off of learning how to be mathematicians, scientists. You know what I'm saying? For the women, like that is a big leap, y'all. That's a big leap. Where when I was young, they didn't even want to teach girls science. They didn't think that I come from the generation where even some of y'all heard this. You couldn't be in computers unless you knew math. Well, that's how they kept women away from the computer industry. But I started liking computers and I didn't like math at all, which I don't understand. So I'm a testament that you don't have to be good at math in order to know computers. That's a lie. That is a pure lie. But that's a lie they shared with women to keep us out of certain genres of, out of different jobs. They wanted us to be in dresses and shit and greet people when you come in with a secretary. We could type. You see, we could be the nurses, but we wasn't really the doctors. We could be the nurses. You know, and y'all generation of women per se, y'all are the ones. That's why I look up to you women, because y'all taking that shit just like I did, right? I went into the military. Before, remember I told y'all the woman who told me I was lucky that I could even be in the military, because my mother's generation, when they was in the military, they can only be one thing. And then by the time I go in, my generation, I could be all this shit, right? I could be get in different areas. Didn't have to be medical. Now I did go into the medical because, it was beneficial for me. But if I wanted to go and do communications, at first when I enlisted, I was in communications, which is computers. Okay, telephone lines, it's communications. It involves all of that. Y'all generation, I look up to y'all because y'all now could take this shit by the range. Y'all could be lawyers and doctors, scientists. You could really be that shit to me is amazing. So no, I'm not a hater, baby. You know what I'm saying? I look up to you women. I ain't never try to put down women. I don't care what color you are, first of all, because I'm not that type of person. When I talk about black people, that's not me putting down white people. I'm talking about us, because there is a difference in our communities. Even though we're going through the same bullshit, how we react to that bullshit, for some of y'all who don't know, is different. White people will lose some money and kill themselves. Black people, we be like, oh, really? I had no money anyway. We lose money and we just be like, hey, it's gone. It's a big difference, y'all. It's a lot of differences in the way we were raised, how we think of things. And it's not because, I think it's mainly because the way we were raised. Shit, I ain't never heard no black man murdering himself because he lost some money. Shit, if anything happened, his ass got murdered by somebody for losing their money and made it look like it was a suicide, baby. Shit, because we know we will survive. Now they got y'all generation believe that I gotta make this money, I gotta chase this money, I'm gonna chase this money. Well, all the generation before you was chasing after money. Y'all make it seem like, oh, well, I'm just all about money. Well, shit, my dad used to work his ass off. It was about money for his family, money to survive. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. I was pretty raised in my father's generation, because he could see me when he was in his late 50s. What? Oh, your daddy was a Rolling Stone. What you say? My brother and I were eating beets and prunes. Oh, how old are you, Chef? You must be younger, because that's how I was raised. We was eating prunes and beets was like a dessert. Believe it or not. Well, prunes was like a dessert. Now, I haven't seen a prune in forever. Back in the day, my parents had beets and prunes. I personally haven't seen a prune since I was a little girl. Okay? Because I don't know why it was considered a dessert. Now, when people mention prunes, the last time I heard people really talk about prunes is when they're talking about, maybe you have some prunes that help you use the bathroom, some shit like that. But yeah, and my grandfather used to love beets. And so he used to eat beets. And I used to, I'm the first grandchild of his with my grandmother. So I remember him sitting me, I was a kid, right? My grandfather died, I was 7 maybe. I'm thinking I was about 7. But I remember being an actual baby and It's weird. And you know what? Now that I think of, oh, you 33. Yeah, you sure are. You saying things that I wouldn't even hear a 33 mention. I bet you, how many times you heard somebody at your age group talk about prunes and beets, baby? You right about that, then. Damn. Prunes and beets. I haven't even heard, like when you said that, it brought back memories. I could taste the beets. You know how sometimes, okay, so I swear up and down, I can remember this, but I realized that it's probably not a memory. But I do remember, it seems like I remember sitting on the table with my grandfather and him feeding me beets. Now I do remember him giving me beets. But I also, my memory had me sitting on the table as a toddler and him feeding me. I think that's more of my mother's memory. And because she showed me a picture, and when she tells me the stories, right, of how she remembered this and how my grandfather, who was blind, by the way, was the first one to see me walk. My grandfather was diabetic. He had went blind. He had gone blind, but he still could see shadows from side vision of one of his eyes. Now I know this because my mom told me this, right? And apparently I had stood up and started to take steps, and everybody was in the kitchen. Now I remember this house completely, but based on the story that my mom told me, I was taking steps and everybody was in the kitchen, but my grandfather was in the living room and he saw me taking steps and he said, "Is that baby walking?" And my grandmother and my mother and aunts looked back and saw me taking steps. So that's just, I don't remember that, but I do remember sitting on a table. But I think it's a picture. I think maybe I saw the picture and it seems like it's a memory. Oh, somebody lied. Oh man, listen. I ain't mentioned nobody's name. I ain't even hint to nobody. I ain't even been talking about nothing about nobody. So I'ma just hope that, you know, it could be crazy, man. It could be crazy. But anyway, yeah, I'm not even thinking about nobody. Right now I got a lot of things going on. I like to hear what no, ma, I'm gonna leave it alone. Warren, I'm just leaving it alone, baby. I promise you. How long I've been on? Way longer than I was supposed to. But I promise you, I ain't even hint to nobody. Even within my stories, hope nobody assumed that I was talking about them, because I wasn't. But it is what it is, yo. Let me see. I'm gonna make this rice so my husband can eat real quick, and then I'll see if I'm going to the store. Because he might say he don't want me going out late at night. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all. He would tell me, "I'll go to the store." He'll be like, "I'll go tomorrow. You ain't gotta worry about it." I'm like, "Look, I don't. Let me go and do this and get this over with." And he'll be like, "I'm gonna go do it. You ain't gotta do it." He don't want me being like that. That's two. That's three. 3 cups of rice. Let me do this real quick. Anyway, how is the Nene doing? I'm about to give her a call. Again, Mommy said, don't fall. Oh, I haven't been listening, but is that what's going on right now? So even though I've been on for a couple of hours, I ain't even mentioned not one event about nothing except this virus, cooking, and adults, games. I'm still brought up, huh? Well, you know, that's what it is when you're famous, baby. When you're famous, people bring up your name. What can I say? I bet you she listened up until she realized I say her name, and that probably pissed off. If I would have said her name, she would have jumped on and said I said her name. Ain't been pissed off. You don't say her name, and she pissed off. You don't say her name. Listen, I actually have a life. You know what I'm saying? This is what I said. This was 3, right? 3. Let's see. Let's to the 5. There's too much water. 3.5. I could do 3.5. Put some soda in, and it'll be done. Yeah, I'm not falling for none of that shit. I'm done with that shit right there. It's not any longer. It's not fun. It's not funny, and this is what it is. The order of events is clear, baby, because the videos is there. I ain't got to argue facts. You ain't got to keep repeating facts when the facts is right there for you. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, that video I saw, somebody was saying that they should call CPS. We got somebody trying to get other people to call CPS on a half a video. In fact, what I'm gonna do, not tonight. I said I was gonna make these videos, so I do have to go to the store in order to make them because I don't think I have. Actually, I do have everything. Let me see. Yeah. As usual, most of the stuff on that list I already have because I keep it. But I'm gonna do another video on the guns. I think that's a thing. Yeah, baby. For the gun lovers, and then I'm gonna get into the knives, and then we're gonna get into, fishing. Y'all know fishing is coming back up. My husband is setting up a chartered trip already. You know what I'm saying? Because let me tell you, it's expensive going out on a boat. It's expensive. Everything that involves that goddamn boat is expensive. So if we could get somebody who charter, then it's even better. But sometimes it's just me and him going out. We can get somebody to go half on the cost, baby. Or not even half. They don't go half, but help with the cost. That's even better. They're like, oh yeah, I gotta. But when my husband go out with his friends, I don't get involved with him and his guy friends when they're going, because they could go out to sea and shit. I call it sea, but y'all know that, like ocean out there. And they'll be out there either inland or outland for a couple of days. And I'm not doing that shit right there. Okay. Although we have a bathroom, we do have what they call a head. Head is a bathroom on the boat. We do have one of those. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've never been out there more than maybe, I think 12 hours. 12 hours is the most. I'm not being out there for no 24 hours. Okay? You're not doing it. This shit. But if we fall enough inland where I can get online and shit, if I can get online, then I could be out there for a day or two. If I can't get online, I can't do it. Y'all know I ain't no fisherman like that. I ain't out there be fishing. My husband will fish for days. Okay? He'll be out there fishing for days. I'll go out there and I'll fish for a couple of hours. Then I'll go in, get under the deck and chill with my iPad and shit like that. And then if they say things that they're catching shit out there, I go out there and fish again. I'll be out there for 6 hours. I think the most I've been out is 12 hours, overnight. I ain't going to be out there for the whole weekend. Well, right. I mean, somebody said, hey, no hypocrites. No hypocrites said, wow, so close only lasts 24 hours before she turned back into stupid side. It's clear she is the only one concerned about her viewership. Nobody paid. Oh, what happened? Something must have happened. Thank you, Robert. How you doing, baby? Aisha, how you doing? Oh, wait, let me see. You know what? She's not worth the. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, y'all. That's how it happened the last time. I was over here chilling. You know what I'm saying? Chilling. Next thing I know, she was over there just doing her thing. I have not been on. Y'all know this. And then when I came on for the couple hours I've been on here, I haven't mentioned her name. I haven't thought about her. Anything I said that if she thought I was talking about her, I could promise her she was the farthest thing from my mind. Okay? But I don't know why I care anyway. I don't give a fuck. I just try not to get in that You know what I mean? I'm trying not to get in that again. Not getting invested. It's not worth it. And it was no investment, right? When I say no, it's not worth it, like for real, there was nothing gained. There was nothing lost. It's just like, okay, I'm just going back and forth with somebody who clearly just say they don't even have the mind or frame to stop doing things they know is wrong. I mean, you know how idiot I feel like I'm just an idiot if I continue to participate with somebody who can't even who admits they uncontrollable. They can't control themselves. You're 47, you can't control yourself. Then man, like that's what people should thrive for. I've been able to control myself since I turned, I don't know what, 25. Since I was 25, I decided that, hey, I'm gonna live my life and I just need to control urges, you know, especially being married, y'all. There's a lot of things you got to control being married. You got to control your desires. You know what I'm saying? Especially with all them single men around you and shit. You be like, oh shit, look how sexy he is. I can control myself. Make sure I ain't hopping from dick to dick. I want hopscotch from dick to dick and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I had to be controlled. So I control myself. When you ain't got nothing else to talk about, though, that's just what that is. You see, as y'all can see, I can sit here and talk about all kinds of shit, and without having to talk about others, I could talk about my life. That's how should I say the word? When you can look back at your life, not just your childhood, but even including your childhood, and you can pull out lessons learned, you can pull out happiness, you can pull out even the things that you're not so happy about, which I don't hardly pull those out much, right? Maybe that's why people mad at me. Maybe because I don't talk about the unpleasant things, because I don't have a lot of unpleasantries. The things that I am unpleasant about, I have spoken about, right? Me being raped, for one, right? That's unpleasant. Of course, I'm not going to talk about that all the time because it touches me. It affects me when I talk about that. But maybe that's why people are upset with me, because when I talk about my life, I'm over here happy. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy, and I want you all to be happy. I want everybody to just look at your life. If you are happy, oh my God. Listen, I'm not out here trying to be rich. And I'm okay with that. Now, being rich sounds good. You know what I'm saying? It sounds, listen, if I can get the money, baby, and make the money and be wealthy and travel and just travel, buy whatever I want when I want it, that sounds great, right? But even aside from that, not having that, I'm still happy, legit happy. I look at my sons and I'm happy because I know I took part in raising them. I look at my husband and I'm like, damn, I lucked out. You know what I mean? I know some people feel like, oh, your husband's lucky. I'm lucky. I'm lucky. You see? I look at, the relationship I had with my parents. I wouldn't change that for the world. And I look at my grandson and I'm scared for him. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how I am. I was scared for my children when they were young. And I'm scared for him. Why? Because he's young. He's going to be a young black man. One day going to turn into a full-blown man in this world that we live in. I'm afraid for him. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't change it for nothing. Somebody came to me and said, hey, Mom, I got this $1 million right here. All you have to do is let go of your family. I'm sorry. I would think about it as far as, well, maybe I could take the $1 million. I'll leave the family and give them most of the money, right? So they could do something good with it. They can have a good time. But I don't think I'll be able to. I'll end up having to give them people back their money. I'll be wanting to call my sons and grandsons and seeing how they doing. I would want to call my husband and make sure he okay. Yeah, no. Them people be suing me for their money back. Well, I gave you the $1 million and you was supposed to leave your family, you wasn't supposed to contact them. Be like, look, be like, I couldn't help it. Because I just want to make sure they okay. Yeah, nah. Okay. They had to give me like $10 million and I would give them $5 million. I'll keep 5. And then maybe, I could go somewhere. And then there had to be a time limit where they said, well, you can't see your family for like 5 or 10 years. But then I would want some stipulations where if somebody gets sick, really sick, that I could be able to show up. You know what I mean? I don't know, y'all. But it seems like people want you to be unhappy. And they unhappy and angry because I'm happy. That's some crazy shit for your ass, baby. I feel sorry for those people. It's sad. But see, Super on damn, it sucks. Why won't she go ahead and do what she gonna do and stop flapping her gums? I'm talking. What's going on? I hope she keep the move on the focus on the content and make her. Oh man. Let me see. He said the bitch stupid. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it, y'all. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even care. I just know this. We're gonna have to stop acting like what she says is truthful. And we're gonna have to stop making her feel like she the scariest thing on the internet. Cause I'm saying shit. Cause I promise you, she won't have me scared, worried, or sick. I'm just thinking, God damn, bitch, let me get back to doing what I do. You know what I'm saying? And stop spreading your hatred. But let us spread a hatred. The more I ignore, I think the worse that it gets. Okay, let me see. I wonder. Warren do what she got a track on you. She knows every YouTube channel you visit, subscribe, and comment on. God damn. Warren, she's stalking you, baby. Warren getting stalked, man. And let me tell you something though. Like y'all do know that I met Warren and I met Denise, right? And let me just say this. I understand why the women would stalk Warren. I don't think people really know, you know what I mean? Because usually when we see you, you over there chilling with the family, you don't really show too much. I think, like, I remember when people were saying that you were short and you tall as my husband. You know what I'm saying? Y'all some tall mofos. You know what I'm saying? Warren cannot sit in a regular vehicle, y'all. He needs to have that big ass car, that big ass sedan that he has. Yeah, he has to have something like that for them long ass legs. Okay. And sits and talk about others not having a life. Make sense. Wow. I don't know what's going on over there. But anyway, what y'all want to talk about? Because it seems like I'm not going to start making the dinner for my husband. I think maybe y'all notice when I start talking about the hubby. You know what I mean? Because I've been talking for hours. Talking about the hubby. I'm thinking about doing a show where my husband talk. So people, because I don't know what happened. It's like entertainment of YouTube is cool. And I get it. People just want to be entertained. They just listen. At some point though, right, as Black people, white people don't do that shit. White people want you, especially once they find out that you're a liar, they don't trust shit that you say. Black people though, it's almost like we want to hold on to some things she say, and other things we know she lying. We know she lying when you're lying on you, but then when you get mad, I've had people when they got mad, even though they got everything they saying they got from her, they spit it back at me. I'm like, what? Fuck did you just say? Why are you repeating what old girl is saying right now? Old girl is lying. And so that proves that there are people out there who want to believe what she talking about when she talk about others. You know, she talk about others, they want to believe it. Oh, yeah, it does look like Bomb is holding her husband hostage. Bomb is holding her husband hostage. That nigga ain't going nowhere because he knows he gonna go to jail because she gonna tell everybody that he raped her back in 1864 because she had some proof that he raped her back in 1864, and he knows that if he leave her today, she gonna pull out the proof and he gonna go to jail. Like what? Oh man, god damn. I'm like, when I heard that story, and y'all know that came from Booty Cheek. Booty Cheek is the one who said, yeah, she had some information on him. And when he was in the army, so she held that information over his head, and that's why he ain't leave her. I'm like, okay, so wait a minute. So I held information on my husband's head. Something he did way back. He didn't even say something. I think he said that my husband attacked me or abused me, and I held it over his head. And because he was in the military, he just stayed with me. Well, my husband has been in the military for quite a few years. You see what I'm saying? Because my husband is older than I am, and I'm 50. My husband is 53 years old. Okay. And he'd been out the military for a little bit. So when he got out, that fear of me putting him in jail has to be gone. But I was crazy. I was like, damn, they made this elaborate story up. It how the fuck it makes sense to anybody? It don't make sense to nobody with any sense anyway. And then how would they, okay, let's say that shit is true. How would they know that it's true? Did I tell people, oh yeah, I held this over, I bribed my husband into staying married with me? Did I tell somebody that shit? Like, how would they know? These people don't know shit about me except for what I share. I do share a lot, but I definitely ain't never shared no story like that before. I didn't mention nobody's criminal history. What happened? Let me see. Cluster, nobody cares about your criminal history. I haven't seen nobody talk about you until you really get into it, and they bring up to go back and forth with you. Yeah, I don't know nothing about her criminal history. Well, I do know, but I didn't mention that shit. I didn't even mention her. Somebody probably went over there and told her that I said something, or which most probable is that she was listening to me, waiting for me to mention her name. In a couple of hours that I've been here, I never mentioned her name or hinted to nothing happening here on YouTube. And then she got upset just at that and decided to go over there, boom, and say some shit. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, she can't move on. I don't know. You know why she can't move on, though? When you ain't got nowhere to move to, then you don't move. It's almost like you live in a house, you can't really afford it. The motherfucker's about to evict you, and you make them come with the police. And even when they come with the police, you won't go nowhere because you ain't got nowhere to go. So you just holding on. You know, you keep going to court to push back the eviction date and shit like that. And you know what I mean? And that's what it is. Moving on she has there's no content to move on to because there was never content in the beginning. When somebody says, hey, I've been sitting back for a couple of weeks trying to figure out how to get back to the old content, then you realize, wait a minute, this is the old content. This is the old content. Warren, Bomb, Sherry, Deneen, you know what I'm saying? We the best thing for her, baby. The best thing for her. Even through her embarrassment, And when I say something that pisses her off because she knows it's true, it's still better than not being known by anybody, if that makes sense. Yeah, what happened to my goddamn thing? Y'all, my kitchen, I need a bigger kitchen, yo. It's my fault. I got all these fucking appliances. I keep buying shit up there. My husband keep throwing shit up there. I keep telling him, babe, just because it's high and out of my reach don't mean pots and pans go up there. First of all, if I needed the pot, I can't even get it. It's way up there. Plus, when you walk through the door, you can see up there. I'm like, why is you putting all the pans and shit up there? So I keep telling him, look, there's a design that I'm thinking about, because this and that, instead of opening this wall like I wanted to, we could take down this part right here. On the other side of this wall, we could just put some cabinetry and shit like that, right? But I don't know. I'm thinking about moving, that's all. Even though I'm gonna tell you, I love this neighborhood. And that's what my husband, that's what he don't like. First of all, he don't like change. We all love this neighborhood. Okay. Like my husband don't have to do nothing in the yard at all. It costs us, but it's all included, you know what I'm saying, within the monthly fees and shit like that. They every Monday they cutting grass, trimming up, they plant our trees. If I want a tree up, they will put it. If I buy the tree, or depending on if I choose a tree that the neighborhood has approved, then they'll buy it. I tell them, hey, I want one of these. They'll put it out there themselves and they take care of it. Now, if I want a special tree, then I gotta buy that myself. But they'll take care of it for me. So that's the good thing. I could buy the tree, they'll plant it for me, and they'll take care of it for the rest of the duration of that tree living in this area. Okay. We love this neighborhood. It's quiet, it's cool, safe. But y'all, I need a bigger house. I ain't gonna lie. I need not even a bigger house, I just need a bigger kitchen. That's all. And as a matter of fact, if I just move that, put the microwave, you know how the newer homes have the microwave above the stove. If I put the microwave there, I'll have all this room. This kitchen used to be a lot bigger, but we added this bathroom right here, right? That's what took away from the kitchen, this room right here. Because the kitchen was much larger. This room took all this space right here. Now, that's why I had this limited space. It's so limited because I have a big ass industrial freezer over there. That freezer is larger than this refrigerator, and it's taking up a whole space where cabinets could be all over there. I can have an island in here. This kitchen is still big enough for an island and everything, just the way it's set up right now. Move this up there, which that's not gonna cost me much. Yeah, so I don't know. I love this neighborhood. People go from living life, and she probably be watching streams just to read the chat. Like, let me see. Her favorite topics: bombs. She's still talking about my vagina. The Nini's non-existent murder. Warren being a known person on YouTube doing what people do. Bomb having no assets. I have no assets, huh? Ain't that something? Bomb and her whole hubby, Bomb and the baby. God damn. She loved bomb cherries. She really loved my vagina though. Mm-hmm. I was supposed to do a new shoot of that shaving video. I'm a update it. I was supposed to do it this weekend, but the baby got sick, so it changed up everything. So I'm gonna email everybody who coming to the show. I'm gonna send them the link to it and possibly do it. Shit, I should do it tomorrow. I don't have the baby, so I can get it out the way. This weekend, though, let me see. Did your dad work this weekend, babe? No, he was off, huh? I can't remember neither. I think he was off. No, I think he worked. He worked, so he's off this weekend coming. Okay. And it's gonna be raining, so I know he's not gonna go fishing. So I don't know. I gotta schedule it, but Man, I don't know what's going on with my vagina, man. Listen, I understand the men being, kind of possessive of my vagina, right? It's a pretty. Oop, my son over there. Maybe I gotta wait till he leaves. He walked in that room. But anyway, I understand the men being possessive of mom's vagina, right? They want the pictures, they want to see the videos, you know what I mean? They want to pay to come in and see the show and shit like that. I get that. I just don't understand her obsession with my vagina. It didn't. What she should have realized. I'm not in her mentioning my vagina is just advertisement. It's advertisement. I had to reopen my business, baby. I was getting so much advertisement for free. I said, shit, I need to reopen the business. If it's gonna be like that. You doing good, you say? Yeah. Okay. My son said my grandson is doing well. I will be texting his mother, asking her to let me FaceTime with the little buddy, you know what I'm saying? Or she can send me a photo, depending on if he's asleep or not. So I don't know. But anyway, I'm not gonna talk about that person. We're gonna move on. Even though I'm thinking about listening to what she's saying. But I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I don't listen to her, and therefore, because I feel like y'all know I'm having mental issues, okay? I feel like as long as I don't hear the threats, then the threats are non-existent. And then I don't have to worry about. So I don't listen to her. But I know she gotta be hurt. It's gotta be terrible having a life where you can't even talk about your life. You can't spend time just talking about you, where people will sit there and listen to you. Right? You got to go and talk about others. God damn. And I happen to be one of those others. What you said. Anyway, I could talk about my mother and have some interesting things and stories. I could talk about my grandmother who y'all have never met. Either one of them, I had it when I was maybe up until I was like maybe 40. I'm thinking 40. By the time I turned 40, my great grandmother had passed away. No. Okay, so let me see. Because I remember a time in my life when I was an adult, I had 2 great grandmothers living. 1, 2, 3, 4 great grandmothers living. And then I had 1, 2 grandmothers living. Man, that was an exciting time. Like everybody was living. The women lived to be older. I'm gonna say the women. I had some people in my family lived to be over 100. Let's put it that way. Okay. The men, unfortunately for the men, which is unfortunate, especially since I have nothing but boys, they don't live much past 40. Okay. They don't live. I think out of all my uncles, 1, 2, 3, 3 are still living. Most of them passed away early 40s. 4. Oh, wait. Look like there's some hair from it. Oh, that's on you, huh? Oh, there you go. That's a thread. What? Oh, no. I think that was on my hand. That wasn't on the face. That was on your hand. Okay, baby. You got any bottles up there that need to be washed, bro? I think one in my room that he had earlier. Make sure I get it, please. I'm going to run the dishwasher. Oh, never mind. Dishwash it. It's already been ran. And the bottles are in here already. And they're clean. So come get them. What was I saying? I could talk about my grandmothers, great grandmothers, and great grandmothers, right? They were living in my time. And the stories would be fabulous because I grew up with the fabulous women. I know I tell y'all about how the men were great men in my family, right? I mention them because they were the protectors. And I remember, going different places and never had to worry about somebody bothering me up until a certain age. Not until I became a grown woman and realized that protection that I had, that I, you know what I'm saying? When I didn't have it anymore from family members and shit. Now the women, I don't think I talk about them so much, but the women, without the women, I wouldn't even know how to cook and clean and sew and just the crafts and I wouldn't even know how to do that. So the women, of course, the women were great. I have lots of aunts, you know what I mean, cousins. The cousins, whoo, the cousins is a different story. Okay, man, because I think I told y'all about one of my cousins who was, she just lied. You know what I mean? Lied about anything, everything, just for no reason. It was almost like she was living in an alternate fantasy world. It's almost like she living in a different world. We in the same place, face to face, and she living in a whole different world. Because what I see and what she see was completely different. She'll say something just happened that didn't happen. I'm standing there right by that ass. You know what I mean? So, but I could tell you stories about great women and awesome men. And maybe that's why I have this outlook I have on life. You know what I mean? I just happen to be a fortunate person who didn't come from a family where, where my mother was on drugs, or had mental issues. My mother did have depression. Maybe that's why I realized that's where I get my depression from, right? Maybe, I don't know if it's a social thing, something that people in certain areas just go through. I don't know if it's depression is just a way of saying you're sad because maybe you're having some sad shit go through your family or through in your life. See sad shit. I think all of us are depressed, but we have a reason to. Especially when people start dying in your family, people you care about, friends and shit, right? But so maybe I don't talk about the women as much. I just thought that of course, y'all know if I'm talking about the men of men and they protectors, if y'all see me cooking and cleaning, that means some woman, not woman, but many women taught me. Every time for the summertime, I would go by one aunt. One weekend, I might go by the next aunt. The next weekend, I have so many aunts that when I have so many great aunts and uncles that when I got married, I didn't even know who to walk me down the aisle, right? I was gonna have my dad's walk me down the aisle, of course, right? That's my dad. But I had a shitload of uncles, baby, who I wanted to walk me down the aisle as well. And they wouldn't allow all of them. So then, right? They wouldn't allow all of them. So then I had to pick. And I couldn't pick. Then my uncles themselves started to argue, but they wasn't arguing to let me, they wasn't saying, well, I should do it because of this. I had one uncle say, well, that uncle should do it because you over there more. And that uncle would be like, well, no, that uncle should do it because, that's one of your favorite uncles. And then that uncle would be like, well, that uncle should do it over there, because of it. Like, it was like that, yo. Like, I wanted everybody to participate in the wedding. And everybody was so good that they didn't, everybody wanted to do it, but they was speaking for each other. I'll call you when the rice done. Done. The rice not done? And if you're hungry, get you some chicken right now. But, I think I already did three things, so that's 15 minutes. I don't even see Steve coming out. Oh, did I press it back? Is it? Oh, hell. Get you some chicken back. You have all the chicken in there. Malik already ate, and I don't know what the other stuff gonna do. He probably get some other. I never pressed the button, huh? That's why you getting down. You should have been done, huh? Yeah. Y'all, I forgot to press the start button on the goddamn thing. It goes to understand you're not liking it, but why do you gotta be mad and scream about shit? Wait, somebody must be talking to her in here. Is she in here? But she is. I don't have nobody blocked. Not that I know of. Y'all know I don't block people, so I don't know. They must have me blocked. The chick been married twice, but somehow ended up in a room at her son's house. She gotta be embarrassed. It is quite embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That that's really embarrassing. Cause I'm gonna be honest with you, right? So for me, if I got kicked out or something happened, yeah, no, I wouldn't have to worry about none of that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm about to say. I know she had me blocked. We know she had me blocked. I ain't got nobody blocked. Just wanted to make sure. You still gonna wait for the rice back? Or you think they're gonna do it? Oh, okay. Okay, see what you about to do. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. I was thinking about going to the Super Walmart. No? Huh? Yeah, we're gonna go tonight, babe. I'm gonna go tomorrow then. I knew it. Told y'all, man. Okay, thank you, no hypocrites. No, but yeah, maybe I need to start talking about the women more. No, because it says, Custer, when my mother found out I was molested, she didn't commit a felony either. Many parents don't commit felonies when they find out their children got molested. What happened? Wait, who got molested, yo? Yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about, but I know I never mentioned nobody getting molested. Unless y'all talking about my son, and y'all know that's a whole nother, that's a thing right there. My son was 12, 13, and it was what he got was what he wanted. And even though I tried to tell him, hey, that's not right, because she was an adult, he don't look at it that way at all. Okay. It's almost like a 16-year-old girl who knows she's in love, and she's in love with the 18-year-old boy. You know what I mean? And people be saying that it's rape. I wouldn't be able to say that he raped my daughter if my daughter is actively, especially with him being 18. Now, the nigga is 45 and my daughter is 16. I'm kicking ass. Okay. I'm kicking ass. There's a big difference. Because we all know that an 18-year-old boy is almost like a 14-year-old boy mentally. You know what I'm saying? That's how he could easily fall in love with a 16-year-old girl who he thinks is mature. He'd be like, oh, she's so mature. She's so mature. Anyway, let me tell you. I did. Oh, I did say take I said, let me say what I said, okay? That's what she's talking about. So my son, who was 12, 13, 14, he was around that age, right? I had to do the calculations and see what year it was. My son ended up getting his penis sucked by a woman. At no time did he think he was molested. The police were called. Okay? The police was called. At no time was my son talking about going to call the police. I called the police because of her dumb ass. Right? But yes, she sucked his penis. And I wasn't for it. I wasn't like, oh yeah, I'm happy he got it sucked. Me and my husband had a conversation. My son was not walking around talking about, oh, I was hurt, I'm harmed. Hell no, now he like to get his penis sucked. This shit is crazy, baby. Oh, Nini's live? Okay, I'm about to come over there. Mahogany, what's going on? Oh, and let me say this. I'm gonna say what I said about the date. I said young women who have children, right? I'm not talking about no infants, no babies. You know, I said, because I mentioned ice cream and shit like this. I said that if a young woman who has, let's say her child is about 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, right? Age really don't matter. But I said that a young woman who has a child, a young man comes and says, hey, I'd like to take you on a date. I said, and she says, well, I have a child. First of all, you inform men who you might end up dating for long term. You inform them you have children because they're going to find out anyway, right? So what is the problem in saying, yes, I'll go on a date with you. We're going to go on the first date and my child coming with me to the ice cream. You know, he taking you out to ice cream to get ice cream. That's perfect. You got a daughter. Why your daughter can't go get ice cream or your son go get ice cream too? What the fuck is wrong with her? Why is she trying to switch it around and make it seem like I said something that's so negative? Yes, yes. No, young lady, you got children, then your children come first. Remember we was talking about, hey, we got some young women who put dick first, right? They put dick and men first. But if you have a child, you know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with you getting your sexual thing on, because we all got needs. But if you talk about relationship-wise, there's no reason for you to be dating a man for months and months and months and months, and he has never saw you with your child. Because I told you, what I said was, these men treat you the way you teach them to treat you. If he knows you have a child, but he ain't never seen your child, he ain't never see you be motherly with your child. These men, and I have sons, by the way, I'm telling you what I know, because I have sons. My sons have friends. They come over, they chat it up. I'm telling you what the men are saying. The men are saying, I could be dating a woman. She tells me he has a child. I don't know a child, never seen her act with a child. All I know is when I'm with her, we doing freaky shit. He don't even first see her as being a real relationship, because he only know that when he with her, they having sex. She ain't never really introduced a child to him, or when she did, it's in passing. So he don't even take her serious. He don't even think about having children with her, because when he think about her being a parent, he don't think of it in a positive way. Okay, I'm just saying what the men are saying. So if I said, what's wrong with a first date? You done met this guy, you've been working with him for a while. He knows you have a child, and he asks you out on a date. I'm thinking a date where y'all going to have a picnic together, to the park. What's wrong with going to the park on the first date? That's how you get to meet each other. So I don't know. Listen, I don't know how she trying to switch that shit up. She ain't got to take my advice. I'm just saying, I'm the one who been in a 30-year relationship, and ergo married 2 times, failed both times. I don't know, y'all. I don't know which one y'all gonna listen to. The one who says, well, that don't make sense, ladies. Why would you go on a date with your child? Well, these men, when they see you with your children, they see how you react with your children, how you act with your children, and they can foresee you as being the mother of their fucking children. that can be a relationship. You see what I'm saying? Clucker said your son had a relationship with the lady. Yeah, I guess that's what you consider a relationship with him, or you could consider that he was getting his penis sucked. I don't know. He was getting his penis sucked with the lady. I don't know, who would call it a relationship when you're grown. Now, as my son, he might consider that as, well, he told me what he considered it as. Since he'd been a grown man, he considered it as him getting his penis sucked. He got his penis sucked for the first time, and it was by a woman. Girls his age wasn't sucking no penis. So every chance he got, if he had the opportunity, he would let her suck his penis. I don't even know why we even talk about this shit, man. it's some weird shit for me to talk about. Because mentally, for me, I consider it as, hey, why are you messing with these little boys? You know what I mean? But when I look at it from his standpoint as a little boy who probably didn't even know what a dick suck was, except for in his porn, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't even know why we're talking about my son getting his penis sucked by some goddamn woman. Even I don't know what she talking. I mean, how she gonna do anything that anybody got molested in her family? I'm not saying that they did. I don't know, but what I will tell you is this: she was in jail 7 years. She don't know what the fuck happened in 7 years, and if it had happened while she was in jail, what was she gonna do? What was she gonna do? She don't know if any of her sons got his dick sucked by who, where, and when. I just so happen to know because this dumb bitch, the one who did it, had the fucking nerve to knock at my door. Y'all, it was the weirdest ass shit ever, yo. It was weird. Weirdest shit ever. You could tell mentally she wasn't all that. She came to tell on my son. I told the story. She came to tell on him as if to tell on him. She was the adult. He was a kid. She came to tell on him. And then when she told on him, it was originally the story had switched up. I don't even know. But she ain't got no stories to talk about in her own fucking life. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna go over there by Danini, see what she talking about. Let me check this food real quick. I didn't even see Danini come in the room. What happened? Is she mad at me? Tell her I ain't do nothing. Tell Danini I ain't do nothing. I did want to talk to Danini. I've been waiting, but y'all know my grandson, like I said, he got sick. Wanted to talk to her about something. Her and Warren wanted to reach out, but I was gonna do it in private, y'all. Do it in private. Anyway, let me damn. Oh God. Okay. So that's what I get. Anyway, so you Warren, you said it's on her channel, on Danini's channel. Wait, let me go check first, y'all, so I can put the link in the room. Give me a second. Let's see, YouTube. Now I'm supposed to be wait, that's not Danini. Who that is? Oh, there she go. There she go. Wait, let me put the link in. I'm gonna put the link in for everybody so y'all can easily find it. Okay. That's where I'm going. When she gonna take that ugly fucking picture down, yo? Oh, girl is toe up, man. I would say from the flow up. But yeah, from the flow up. Her face so fucking ugly. Look like her. I could tell her toes ugly. You can't be ugly like that and assume that people will assume that your toes is pretty, bitch. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna leave it alone. I'll go take care of that over there. Let me see. Here's Danini's channel, y'all. Y'all go check it out. I'll be over there in 2 and 2. As quick as I sign off of here, I'm gonna be over there. Okay. Let me see. How do I do this thing? Oh, I gotta go here. I gotta click this, and then I gotta. Then bam.